First class in the sky. We lose seconds after just walked in. I turn my. It's out. Alrighty then. Excuse. There they are. Zazia. See if anybody comes. Hey, hummingbird. I through with a verdict. But exactly over my ass. Came Tallulah. They have put a verdict today. They're going to deliberate. I would though, because like for me, guilty as charged is very specific. I was watching this video last night. The actual questions need to fill out. You know, they have these follow about the everything. Headline, statements. I be a juror. You know, it makes you really wonder to see all these videos and all this stuff that we saw in the courtroom. This theme or this, you know, wonder if this theme affected. I haven't seen you. Listening, but okay, girl. Gotta be good old baby back. My son went back to school. Messing up. Just took my headphones out. Is it still? I don't even see. Oh, now I see this. Let me know. It's breaking up. Still breaking up. Testing 1, 2, 3. Dude, internet's been all. So I should have. Still breaking up. I should have no problem. Just let me know. I had to reset my router. It's still breaking up. Hold on. Let me try turning my. It looks delayed on my end. It's still breaking up. Hold on a second. Because I'm on my phone and it shouldn't. Let me try logging on. I don't think it's charged. I think my laptop's. It sounds like there's two. Let me see if I can leave. A second. Oh, I don't know how I would do that. Hold on a second. All right. All right. Let me know if this is better. I left and then came back in and restarted my browser. Hey, Nana. Dude, StreamYard sucks. I hate it. I wish there was another way to. Well, I guess I could have just went straight to YouTube. Hold on. I'm going to plug my laptop in. It's better? Okay, great. Awesome. Lee. Hey, Lee. So anyway, wouldn't want to be on the jury. I wouldn't want to be having to make this decision. Although, I just hope that the same message that was conveyed to us, that we've seen, that this girl is just a complete and utter shitbag liar. I hope it got across to the jury the same way that we're seeing it. But the difference is like we've seen so much more than they've seen. At least I have. My whole feed is Johnny Depp. Like my whole entire YouTube feed is Johnny Depp. It's actually kind of annoying because it's like, all right, I want to watch other things too. And every time I log on, it's all just Johnny Depp trial shit. So, but it's pretty interesting. I'm definitely thinking they're gonna come back. Do you think they want to go into like a whole nother day deliberating this shit? I don't know. I'm not a legal analyst or anything, so I don't know. I don't know how this looks, to somebody in the legal field and how they feel about it. But it'll be interesting. Either way, though, I think that he won already. I already think he won. I think the public is well aware of the fact that this woman completely lied, completely made up a bunch of lies, about him. I mean, some of it, listen, if you want to accuse somebody of abuse, and it's funny, I was watching this video yesterday where this girl was talking about this thing called reactive abuse, and she was saying that, narcissistic people like that will go to no end to accuse you of, abuse or whatever. And I saw this with my own fucking eyes, dude. I've never seen anything like this before in my entire life. I told you guys, if you followed my series, there was one, episode or whatever that I talked about this fight that I had with my brother and his wife at my mom's house. This is like a month after my mom passed away. And I get to her house and they're in there after telling me that I'm not allowed to go there. I'm not allowed to take anything from the house. They're at my mom's house packing boxes up. So my neighbor alerts me that my brother's wife was in the house. She didn't see my brother, so she thought it was just his wife. So I was in the area. I drive over to my mom's house. We get into this confrontation, and me and my brother at one point are standing out on my front porch and we're yelling at each other. And my mom's front porch. I said my front porch because it was my front porch for the greater part of my life. But anyway, we're standing out, on the front porch and we're kind of yelling at each other. My brother's like right up in my face. He has his fist up to me like he's going to hit me. And I'm screaming in his face, go ahead, motherfucker. Go ahead. I'm like, give me a fucking best shot. I'm screaming at him. And all of a sudden, for whatever reason, his wife decides to launch her little fucking troll body in between us. Like literally launched herself. She like jumped in like a fucking, like a frog. Like I was just like, blah, like here she comes. This fucking brute. This little short brute. Troll bitch brute. Sorry. I just can't stand her. Hey Bella. So she like launches us like herself in between my body. So like I have very fucking good reflexes. Okay. Not to brag. I don't know if that's really bragging, but I do. I have very like quick reflexes. I think it's part of like my ADHD because like I'm startled easily. Like I have good reflexes. So this fucking bitch, all I see is like her body flying towards me. So I'm standing there. So like a natural instinct when you see somebody charging towards you, your natural instinct is to block them. So I'm holding my keys in my hand and I had, fingerless gloves on, I had my jacket on, and I have like with the back of my arm, I go to like block her body from hitting me. And I kind of like forcefully did so. And I end up pushing her, and she goes flying back. And dude, I've never seen somebody do this in my entire fucking life. It was the craziest fucking thing I think I've ever witnessed. The second my back of my fucking hand, okay, that had a glove on it, a soft glove, hits her fucking arm. She's standing outside in like December in this like weird ruffle sleeve tank top thing. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. I just don't wear short sleeves in the winter. But she's standing outside, so she has like this fucking weird top on. And I hit her arm, but with the back of my arm that has cloth over it. As soon as I made contact with her, her first instinct was, I'm pressing charges. I'm pressing charges against you. And I'm like, whoa, dude. Like, for what? I didn't, like, yes, did I make contact with you? Yes, but nothing happened. And this is where it gets really fucked up. I actually watched this bitch, and I've never seen anybody do this in my entire fucking life. Like, this all happened so quick, but like, if you could have seen my face in slow motion, like, I was like, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? She takes her fucking hand, right? And she reaches around. She starts repeatedly fucking scratching her own arm with her nails. And she's like, you left a mark on me. And she's like screaming and like digging her fucking nails into her arm to scratch herself, to make a mark. And I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, this bitch is fucking trying to create a mark so that she could press charges on me and say that I fucking did that to her. Like, what the fuck? Dude, I've never seen somebody. My brain would never even think to do that. And especially in such a fucking hostile situation where like all this craziness is going on. Like, my brain wouldn't even work like that. But this bitch was sitting there scratching her fucking own arm to try to leave a mark on her body so that she could press charges against me. And I was like, wow, like, I just never seen anything like that before. And she tried to use it too, because when the cops eventually did show up, she's like, oh, she left marks on my arm. And I'm like, no, bitch, those are called freckles, you fucking troll. Ugh. But like, that kind of brain, that thinking, and she threatened me so many fucking times, dude, throughout settling my mom's estate. If I didn't comply with her demands, there was a threat, you know, that she's going to take me to court, that she's going to do this, she's going to do that. I was constantly getting threatened for fucking almost an entire year straight, just threat after threat if I didn't comply with her demands, you know. And you know, that's somebody like Amber. That's that type of personality where I just don't know how you think like that. Hey, Angel, I don't know how you think like that. You know, I don't know how your brain goes to something like that while you're in the middle of a hostile fight with somebody, which she wasn't even involved in the fight. But I'm like, what the fuck? You know, she's yelling at me, you're going to jail. We're going to jail. I'm like, yeah, okay, for what? For fucking coming to my mom's house? Like, you're the one who's trespassing here, bitch. Get that fucking clear. You don't belong here. But I was like, holy shit, dude. Like, I've just never seen somebody do something like that in my fucking life. You know, that quickly, without, it was almost like an instinct. You know, because it happened so quickly. And I'm like, this bitch was just about to create, well, she was trying to scratch herself to leave a mark on her. Like, that's what Amber Heard basically did. And don't put it fucking past these people that they actually will harm themselves, you know, and leave actual real bruises or scratches or cuts or whatever to try to get the person in trouble. And I was thinking how, wow, this really fucking complicates things this day and age, because you know, back in the day, if there's women who are victims of domestic violence, which I've seen photos, we've all seen photos of women who have been actual victims of domestic violence, and they don't look like Amber. You know, there's swelling, there's bruising. I mean, I don't know when there's, especially on the face, when your face is hit, your face swells up very quickly. I'll never forget, like a couple of months ago, my son, I don't know what the hell he was doing. He never told us. But he comes walking down, you know, he comes walking downstairs and he's like, oh, my eye. And I have no idea, but he had this knot on his eye, like this lump right below his eye. I'm like, what the hell happened? And he's like crying. I'm like, what happened? He wouldn't tell us. I think he was either playing with his yo-yo, which I kept yelling at him because he would swing the yo-yo around, you know, in a circle. And I think it either hit him in the face, or I think he was either that or he was laying on his bed and he was like throwing something in the air, like the remote. Like, we've all done that as a kid, you know, you're like throwing something and then boom, it hits you in the face, you know, but like it was right under his eye and it swelled up immediately. He had this lump under his eye. And, you know, like that's how the face is. That's how the face reacts when there's, you know, because the skin is so thin there. When something hits your face, I mean, we've all been hit in the face in our lives, I'm sure. This swelling is always like more than it would be as, you know, if you got hit in the arm. If you got a bruise on your arm, you're not really going to get that swelling like you do when you get hit on the face, especially like your cheekbones and around your eye area. It swells up very fast and it's very hard to cover even with makeup. And she her makeup routine was hilarious to me. She's like, I put on foundation and then concealer and then corrective colors. Bitch, that's backwards. That is, any makeup artist will tell you that. That's completely backwards. You're supposed to put on the corrective concealers first, and then, you know, you put on your foundation and then you could go over it with concealer. I mean, some people do put a little concealer on before foundation. It depends. But corrective, you know, pigments, colors, whatever you want to call them, they always go first. It's always the first thing. That's the first layer, you know, and then you put your foundation over that. So right there, she was totally wrong. Now, there's mostly men on the jury who might not pick up on that. I think there's only one woman, if I'm not mistaken, or two. But hopefully those two women will know enough about makeup to know that that's completely backwards. You know what I'm saying? That shit's not working. Claire, I was so happy that that little bit made it into, I saw that, hey, Alicia, I was just thinking about you. That little bit made it into the court where she's like taunting him, basically. I told you guys about that, you know, sound clip a while ago. I heard it a while ago, and I was hoping to dear God that it was going to make it, and it did. And I was so happy to hear that it actually made it. I had black eyes when I tripped going up my stairs and nose hit the floor hard. And I had black eyes when I had my plastic surgery, when I had my nose done. And at that point, what was that, like 2005? I wasn't really that good with makeup, but I did know, you know, a little bit about makeup. And trust me, I tried everything I could to cover the black eyes, and I did a pretty good job, but you could still see a little bit of the bruising no matter what I did. And also the swelling. I just couldn't, there was nothing I could do. I mean, the swelling, she's like ice. I put ice on it. Yeah, the ice is only going to temporarily reduce the swelling, but like within 15 minutes, your swelling will be back if you're not like constantly holding ice on it. So that was total bullshit. I just like, I hope the jury picked up on these things, but even if they didn't, I still feel like he won in the court of public opinion, which really matters when your whole entire career is basically based on the public, you know, being a public figure. So, and I think that's all he was looking for at the end of the day, which is the reason why he wanted this televised, because he wanted it exposed. So, you know, I'm not so worried about the verdict. Yeah, it'll be nice if he wins, but chances are he's not going to recover all the losses that he had just because she doesn't have the money. I don't think she's all that, you know, rich. I don't think she is attractive now, but earlier in her career, yes. See, I agree with you, Alicia. I think she was beautiful. I mean, there's nothing special about her per se. Like she's very ordinary looking, but she's also very pretty. I mean, she has, you know, I'm not going to lie and say, oh, she's ugly. She's not an ugly girl. She's a pretty girl. But whatever she did to her face, she fucked it up. I don't know what these young girls are thinking. She's only in her 30s. Like, dude, you do not even need plastic surgery in your 30s like that. You don't need to start getting fillers in your 30s. You know, I feel like that's going to fuck your face up worse than if you didn't get fillers, you know, because it's going to stretch your skin out. And I don't know. But whatever she did to her face, yeah, she had cheek implants and a facelift. I think she had her chin done. I think she had something done to her cheeks, her nose. I mean, I watched a few videos where plastic surgeons were commenting on that. Do you think it'll affect his career? I heard he won't be coming back to Pirates. I don't think he wants to go back to Pirates at this point. But I do think he'll get movie roles again. I heard a rumor the other day. I don't know how true this is, but supposedly there's a Beetlejuice 2 coming out, which is fucking amazing. You know, I love Beetlejuice. That was like one of my favorite movies growing up. And I believe Michael Keaton's coming back. And they did say Winona Ryder. And they were there was some talk of him being in the movie. I don't know if that's true or not, but that would be awesome. I just don't know where he'd fit in, but we'll see. I think it's coming out this fall. He won't go back to Pirates. He said, yeah, they did him dirty. They did. I mean, I don't even know how you write. I never really saw any of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, but I heard they were really good. I might have seen the first one like a long time ago, but ask me if I remember it, and ask me how well I paid attention. But I don't know, I heard he was really good in it, and it's like his character, like you can't have the movie without his character. So I love Michael Keaton. Is he Wild One? Oh, Michael Keaton's my favorite Batman, like by far. By far. I always liked Michael Keaton. I feel like he always did well in every role he played. He's kind of like one of those underrated actors. Just Angel, you definitely will always be mine. So yeah. So all right. So other news here. Capone is now blocked on both of my channels. So that little bitch. So I titled this, I've been too nice. I really have. I've been way too nice just in general, letting trolls come over here and talk shit in my chats. So, there's there's these certain trolls that always come around every time I, bring Laura up. And it's very obvious that it's either her or Capone or one of her, minions over there. So I just blocked them. I blocked all of them because I was like, dude, you people have nothing new to say. It's always the same shit that you're saying. Like, oh, you're obsessed. You're this, you're that, so they just got blocked. All of them. But he got blocked because, hey, leave it to Bieber. He got blocked because he was doxing in my comments yesterday on my other channel. So I was like, I've been way too kind to this motherfucker. He comes in my comment section. He harasses the shit out of people in my comment section, exposes personal shit about them. And I've been far too nice. And I apologize to all of the people that have been affected or attacked by him. I know most of you guys can handle it, but you know what? It's not just me. It's like, and that's what I realized yesterday. Like, I can handle it, but like, it's not fair for me to allow him to do that to other people in my comment section. Like, my comment section, my chat should be a safe space for people to come here and be able to talk about whatever they want to talk about without being attacked. I like to have open chats where people could disagree with each other, but he's not he's not disagreeing. That's the thing. He's crossing that border where he's harassing people. Basically, he's saying really rude, fucked up, hurtful things to people, and that's not okay. That's not just disagreeing with people. Once you start revealing personal information, and I don't know whether that information that he put in my chat yesterday was real or not, but if it is, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Either way, it doesn't matter. It's not his fucking place to put the town that somebody lives in my comments. Just like it's not Bullhorn Betty's place to, dox Burnt Toast, or who she thinks is Burnt Toast, for criticizing her on the internet. I mean, because I don't like the same person. Really think about this. Because I don't like the same person that you like. Okay? You're going to come in here and harass me and harass other people in my comments just because we have a different opinion about a person that you like. Get the fuck out of here. Yesterday he's saying that Mike Brown and myself, oh, you don't stay in your own lane. Dude, I stay in my own lane, okay? More than probably any other fucking creator here. And I don't go in other people's comment sections. I don't go in Laura's comment section. If I talk shit about her, it's always on my panel. It's always on my channel, or it's in somebody's chat that I'm close with or friends with. I don't invade her space. I don't go talking shit, fighting with her. I don't even go to the places that she goes. I commented yesterday? I made an exception yesterday to my, normal, or I'm sorry, shouldn't even say that. I should say I deviated from my normal behavior yesterday. Okay. to go into AB's comment section because I feel very strongly about this whole thing with Laura accusing these, this couple of using drugs on screen, which she had no proof of. And now this fucking idiot, AB, who has a, decent sized following, I assume, he's perpetuating this shit. Okay. And then he's encouraging, from what I hear, I didn't watch his video, but his comment section is full of it. He's encouraging people to call authorities on them. And I'm just not fucking okay with that shit. I'm not okay with that. So I went over into his comment section and told him he was an idiot. Oh, well, do I normally do that? No. But in that case, you're really, dude, this isn't about, the whole thing is, though, it's not even about, I figured it out last night. It's not even about that these people were doing drugs or anything. What it's about is that Tiffany has an issue with these people, okay? Because of that Jody Stu girl or something. I don't know. They're exploring, I guess, all the possibilities of things that could have happened during the Summer Wells case to Summer Wells with all the neighbors and whatever. And I saw that he had posted a video, I want to say like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Basically, it was a short video where he was asking Tiffany if they could talk. Apparently she was upset about something. What else is new, right? And he was, trying to get her to come over there and talk it out like an adult. Whether that happened or not, I don't know. I don't know what their history is. I don't really pay attention to the Summer Wells case like that. I don't pay attention to what these people are doing. Who's Tiffany fighting with? She's always fighting with somebody. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to, who could keep up with that? I don't have time. I have better things to do. But, I have a feeling when I heard him say in his video, the one that Laura was, accusing them of doing drugs on, I heard him say that he had gone up on that Ziggy girl, her panel. And then all of a sudden, everything just started to make sense to me. I was like, holy shit, a lot of things started to make sense to me. Namely, the first thing that started to make sense was that I kept wondering, well, I know why Laura wants to use Tiffany, like why these two toxic people keep going back to each other. They're like a fucking, I don't know. It's like that girlfriend you have who keeps going back to like her boyfriend who treated her like shit. That's what it's like watching these two go back to each other. But they're both shitty people, so they cancel each other out, I guess. But I kept saying, what the fuck does Tiffany need Laura for? Then it all started to make sense. I was like, oh, I get it now. Tiffany wants to keep the drama off her channel because she wants to make it look like she's an actual person who cares about missing children and all this other bullshit. So she wants to keep, I'm sure she has some on her channel, but she probably wants to keep the brunt of it off her channel. So, that's where Laura comes in. Because, if you notice, she's been going on Laura's panels and she's been using Laura's panel as her sounding board, and Laura also, too stupid to realize it, but she's kind of being used as like the bulldog. Tiffany does this thing where she like plants seeds in your head. She did it to me with Kim and a whole bunch of other people, or she tried at least. She'll try to like plant these little seeds in your head to get you kind of riled up and get you going about somebody that she's having an issue with or she's paranoid about or whatever it is. And so that's probably what's going on. Her and Laura talk behind the scenes and she's like, oh, did you see this? Did you see that? Then Laura starts investigating it because she wants Tiffany's approval. So she's like, oh, I'm going to go look into this, and her people start looking into it. And that's how these situations come about. Because believe it or not, I do think that, Tiffany does some fucking Jedi mind tricks on Laura. I'm not taking responsibility away from Laura because Laura's a grown-ass woman. She's more than 10 years older than Tiffany. And she should have her own fucking brain. But when Laura wants something, like Tiffany's subscribers, she will start letting people control her. She does let people control her. There's people that you guys don't even see that don't even go in her chats, okay? That are in her Patreon and they control her with money. You know, they tell her who they like, who they don't like. And, you know, I don't know if those people are still around, but they were back in the day. And those people controlled her with money. You know, whoever pays the most, that's whose opinion she respects the most. So it's pretty disgusting. Wonder if she's found the D yet. No, definitely not. Mm. Yeah, exactly. Dead subs. They're not there. I heard Tiffy a few weeks ago saying she was going to nursing school. Dude, she ain't going nowhere. Bullshit. That bitch, I wouldn't trust her. Fuck that. I wouldn't trust her as a nurse. That bitch will probably fucking overdose you with some Dilaudid or some shit. Fuck that. I would not want that girl caring for me. No, thank you. I was out of pocket during your live yesterday. I didn't get to comment, but I want to send you my love. Yeah, that was another thing. Just Angel, I don't know if you saw it, but if you go on my community post, as Capone's trying to dox Ballet Babe, it was, who didn't, ironically, Ballet Babe talked about Laura. We know that, right? A lot. Ironically, the comment that she had left wasn't even about Laura. It was actually about me. And he goes under that comment and he writes to her something about, what do you call it? I don't know. He basically puts the town that she lives in. And then he's like, oh, you send swastikas. Like, he just repeats whatever the fuck he hears Laura say. Doesn't even know if it's true or not. And then he's like, then he threatens her. That was the other fucking problem I had with his comment. And I totally left that out. Then he threatens her. All right. I don't know what kind of fucking grown ass man sits around online threatening women like this, but he's got fucking problems. He's like, you better watch out or you're going to end up like Just Angel. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? First of all, but like, are you threatening this woman? Like, dude, what is wrong with you, bro? Get a fucking grip. Threatening women. Fucking, this guy's such a fucking loser. It's not even funny. He really needs to get a grip on reality. I see Nick Capone on my radar now. And I'm sitting there, you know, this morning as I was thinking of going live, I'm thinking to myself, you know, there's many guys in this community. We got Wild One, we got Mike Brown, who, yeah, do they talk about, you know, things that are going on in this community? Sure. But are they going into other comment sections harassing people and fuck, you know, like, do they participate? Yeah, they participate, but not to that extent where they're going into other people's comment sections and harassing women in the comment sections. Like, no, that doesn't happen. Fucking threatening them, doxing them. Like, dude, what is wrong with you, bro? You are too deep in this shit. You're taking this too seriously. Like, way too seriously. If you're that bothered by it. It just, like, it blows my mind. I'm like, this little shit thinks he could come in here and he's gonna, like, threaten people. No, you're done, Capone. You're done. You're not commenting you're not welcome in my comment section, my chats. You're done. You've been erased. I don't even know why I've let you. I don't even know why I've let you hang around this long. I really don't. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have even given you that respect to come in here and not only be rude to me, but to everybody else in my comments. You know, I shouldn't have. Angel did the right thing by not handing over her information. Make them wonder. Mm-hmm. Dude, do not listen. These people do this shit on purpose. Okay, this is a game. It's a very well-known YouTube game. And, you know, those of us who are seasoned can see right through it. They will, you know, make these accusations against you so that you, in turn, get upset and then, you know, try to prove to them what your real information is, you know, and you shouldn't have to do that to anybody. You don't have to prove yourself to anybody around here. Okay? You don't have to do that. Do not let anybody try to fool you into putting your information out for any reason. I don't give a shit. You know what? People want to think you're a liar. Let them think you're a liar. Do not give out your information. Don't show them where you live. Don't show them anything. You don't need to prove anything to anybody. What they're trying to do is just trying to get your information. And you don't owe any of these fucking people anything. Anything. And, I don't know Angel's information. I don't give a shit, to be quite honest with you. That's not why I'm friends with her. But if she tried to mislead people, then good for her. That's what you should do. You should protect your information. So, by all means, I don't, at this point in time, it doesn't matter to me. It's, if she was like harming people, I could understand, but she's not. These fucking people are twisted over a birthday where she probably made like tops $50. And out of that $50, she probably got to keep 30 of it. You know what I'm saying? And they're fucking twisted over this shit. These fucking pocket watching weirdos. They're like so twisted over this fucking birthday thing. It's like, dude, there's so much worse shit happening here. People scamming and doing all this other crazy shit. You're twisted over fucking like $12, dude. Like, you really need to fucking get your priorities straight. They're like, oh my God, she made money for her fake birthday. Who fucking cares, dude? It was like $30. And if the people who gave her the money don't give a shit, why do you care? Why the fuck do you care? Honestly. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I was caught on a weak moment that day. Very emotional day for me. Doesn't mean I'm a punk bitch. Angel, listen, I like to see that you have emotions, because you know what? That means you're human. Everybody else here could sit here and pretend, oh, I don't cry, I don't get upset. Dude, this shit does hurt. I have cried more than once over YouTube. Shit, that's happened to me. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's all right. Fuck them. Fuck anybody who thinks you're weak because you cry. Really, honestly, to me, and I say this all the time, crying is a sign of a strong, emotionally healthy person. Okay? So I wouldn't let that bother you. People who can't cry and can't be vulnerable in front of other people, you know what I'm saying? That's not a sign of strength. Right, exactly. The brave ones cry. I'll give Angel $50 a week if I want to. It's my fucking money. That's what I'm saying. So, you know what I'm saying? If there's people excessively crying over things that aren't, that upsetting, then okay, maybe it's a problem. But you're not known to cry. You had a moment. We all have moments where we break down, get upset, get angry. It's just as stupid as Laura. Fucking dumbass, dude. I can't with this woman. She can't get anything fucking right. So she's on her live the other day. I heard from some people that she was like going in on the ponies. So I turned her live on, and I only got as far as the part where she mentioned my name, and then I made that video. But she's like, ooh, and then you have over there who like, she can't even talk. Said to Sarah, first of all, nope, you're wrong right there, Laura. It wasn't Sarah. To stick a needle in her arm and die. And I'm like, oh, dude, like, seriously? Like, if you're gonna fucking quote me, just get it fucking right, at least. You know what I'm saying? Did I say that? Yeah, I said stick a needle in your arm. Was it to Sarah? No, you fucking idiot. It was to Amanda Lynn, and it was 2 fucking years ago, Laura. 2 years ago. That's how far back you have to reach with your fucking go-go gadget arms to find something that I said that was distasteful like that. But when it comes to you, I don't have to go back 2 years. I don't even have to go back like 2 months. We could find vile shit that comes out of your mouth constantly on a regular basis. Like, I don't have to ask for permission. He's fucking dead. About a little kid whose image you were putting on a candle to sell. Like, you fucking kidding me, dude? And I didn't say that. The other part of that she totally got wrong is that I didn't tell her to stick a needle in her arm and die. Laura added that part on. It's like, dude, like, that's why people get so fucking mad at you, Laura. if you haven't figured it out yet, just like fucking, it's really like, it blows my mind how these people sit here, like Bullhorn Betty, watching this bitch scratch her brain the other day on Burnt Toast channel, like trying to figure out, why is this woman coming after me? It must be for my political views. Like, no, it's because of your fucking fucked up behavior. What do you not understand about that? And the stupid shit you say, it's really not that deep. You know, it's quite simple. It's the same thing with Laura, dude. It's the dumb shit that comes out of your mouth that you put out into the public. You know, like these people sitting there trying to scratch their brains, figuring out why, Laura asks all the time, why are they so obsessed with me? Why are they so obsessed? It's not obsession, dude. You don't understand. It's just that you're entertaining because you're such a fucking low-cow that it's entertaining to people like myself who enjoy watching fucked up idiots. You know, it's like, it's a whole genre on YouTube here. Like, it's like, dude, you say the dumbest shit, you got everything wrong, and it's amazing to me. You should be studied by science. Like, how could somebody get this much shit wrong this often? How does that happen? That's what people are astonished by. Like, how could you say such fucked up shit? Or how could you do such fucked up shit? Or, how could you make the same mistake X amount of times and not learn a lesson from it? It's amazing to watch that. It really is. And it's not LOL cow. I don't know how many times she's going to say it and not realize that it's not. Like, could somebody, I know one of her minions is watching right now, just waiting for me to say something about her. Please tell her it's lol cow, not fucking LOL cow. But I'm like, I can't. Yeah, she's such a low cow that she can't even say, hold on. I got to put that up there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, I can't believe these people don't get it. Like, they really, truly don't understand. And like, they can't even, like, I used to say this, to her when I was friends with her, like, Laura, like, what are you doing different than me? Like, do people like come after me and say shit? Yeah. But why is it that like they come after you 10 times harder than they do me? Like, I was trying to like kind of put in her head, like, look at the difference in our behavior. You know what I'm saying? Like, you take things to like the extreme where like I might say something fucked up, but I try to keep it very limited and down to like when it's necessary. You are just constantly tripping over your own feet all the time. And like, you take no responsibility. That's the other issue, which I tried getting across to her like a million times. It's like, dude, you got to just take a little bit. Accountability goes such a long way here on YouTube. By the way, I do have to say she has been listening to some of my advice with her candles. So congratulations, Laura. She's cleaning up her labels a little bit. They're getting a little bit more streamlined and not so much shit. She probably copied it from somebody, but at least it doesn't look like a total fucking eyesore. It's only like a little bit of an eyesore right now. But anyway, so you're welcome for the advice. And she's like been spending how many days reorganizing this website. Like, girl, I got this bitch fucking working hard with my advice. You're welcome. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. But yeah, it's just watching them scratch their fucking brains. Some of us have reached out to Just Angel's family. Her cousin is going on stuff. Could somebody block that? That's not, we know that's not the real Sarah. So nice try though. Sarah's never going to come in here and make such a bold statement. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, I don't have cousins. Yeah, she was adopted. Guess you weren't following the story. That sounds like, who is in that, oh, that sounds like that Marique person. Is that the person? If I'm wrong, forgive me. It's one of the people that hangs out in Laura's chats. And I saw them in a comment section saying that, yeah, we verified that it was Burnt Toast. One of her coworkers, told us, or some bullshit. Sounds like the same person. Yeah, exactly. You have something to say, come under your real account. I forgot totally what I was saying. But, oh, I guess I was just basically saying, like, Laura, like, look at yourself. And this goes to any of them. You know, look at yourself and then look at everybody else. And, like, what are you doing different from everybody else? You know, like, she really just thinks it's like people just want to pick on her for the sake of picking on her. And that's not what it is, dude. That's not what it is. You know, you just don't know when to stop. Accountability. That's what I was talking about. Accountability. I personally feel like accountability goes a long way here with people on YouTube and just in life in general. You know, if you take accountability for hurting people, I mean, this is the one advice that she just refuses to take. And then she's just going to keep spinning her wheels, wondering why everybody is constantly after her. It's because from the very beginning, when she first got into shit with people here in this community, her lack of accountability is, I think, personally, what pissed people off more than anything. You know, and I had gone up on her panel trying to, like, help her out one day. Like, you got to kind of take responsibility, Laura, a little bit, you know? But, you know, when you want to paint yourself 100% as a victim all the time, people just get grossed out by that. They're like, ugh, you know? Like, she somehow made herself a victim to this accusation that she was making about these people snorting whatever. She made herself the victim at the end. Like, and it's like, dude, how do people not see this? She's like, I got triggered by that. You know, that's why it upset me, because I got triggered by it as a former drug user. I don't want to come on here. And I'm like, dude, you just said at the beginning of this that somebody sent you the clip, right? So that means one of your friends, whether it was Tiffany or Capone or one of your other minions in your chat, sent you the clip, okay? And you watch the clip. So really the person who triggered you is the person that sent you the clip. But we know that that's not really why you're upset or why you're even talking about this. You just made that up on the spot because the people in your chat weren't agreeing with you. So you had to find some other excuse to make it look more legitimate as to why you would just randomly start accusing these people of, you know, doing what you said they were doing. So you just fucking made that up right then and there. You know, no, she's being triggered. I gotta be quite honest with you. I don't know if I believe her story of addiction. I don't know. Laura's got the most, you know, I've heard other stories of addiction and they sound realistic because, you know, addiction's very hard to get over. Okay. And it follows you through the rest of your life. You know, you don't ever fully recover from your addiction. You know, you deal and struggle with it for the rest of your life, for the entirety of your existence here on earth. And she just makes it like it's nothing to her, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, she just dropped it like it was a fucking like, I don't know, piece of garbage or something, and never looked back and never thought about it again. And then when it's convenient, she says she's triggered, but we know that that's true. She was never that kind of addict, whatever that means. Yeah, that she doesn't get triggered. That's what I'm saying. The way she even just discusses it, it just, to me, knowing all the addicts that I have in my past and, you know, people just watching documentaries and TV shows and everything about addiction, she does not talk, sound, or act like a typical addict, recovering addict. So I don't know if I even believe that story. Why you would make that up, I don't know. I don't know if it's like to make yourself seem more relatable to people or badass or something. But the fact that she claims her addiction was like snorting things, right? And then you can clearly tell in that video that those people are not snorting anything. There's not even enough time for them to be doing. They weren't even off screen. The guy was off screen for 2.75 seconds. How do you snort something that quickly and then come back and you're not sniffling or touching your nose or anything like that? Like, that just tells me you've either never been around people who are snorting things, or you just don't know what happens. I don't know. You're just the most unobservant person, coke addict, ever. Because, like, I've never done it myself, but I've been around friends while they were doing it. And so being the person who's not doing it, I sat there and watched, and I know what it looks like, you know? So it don't look like what she was saying. I've never seen somebody snort something. Like, dude, no matter what, you're gonna get that like tingling, itchy sensation no matter what goes up your nose. You know, I snorted a fucking, what was it, when I was like in grade school, a pixie stick one time. That was the dumbest thing. My friends dared me and I was like, okay. like, but like that shit burned. But all right, I don't know, about other drugs. I've never done them, but I've seen other people do them, and you don't just like pop up and you're fine. Like, first of all, whatever sticks inside your nose, you're like re-snorting up to make sure everything goes up there, so you don't fucking walk away at margarita nose. Like, just nothing about their behavior. And then here's the other thing, and you would think a cocaine addict would know this. While snorting things does make the drugs go through your system a hell of a lot faster, I don't think it's like instantaneous. You know what I'm saying? Where your speech is going to instantly be affected the way she was trying to say it was. I still think it takes a few minutes, to get into your system and start, till you start really feeling the effects and everything, and I mean, I just know from smoking weed that hits you pretty fast, but it does. It takes a couple of minutes to actually like fully fucking punch you in the face, So she's just stupid, just fucking stupid. She had like hatred. Well, it's the same hatred that she has towards fucking Justice for All. Okay. All jokes aside about that guy, I don't know him and I don't know what kind of person he is, Yeah, do we call him Dollar Store Oni and Jaundice for All and all that shit? Yeah. But like, all jokes aside, I think most of us just crack on him because, he's friends with MGL. All that shit aside, though, I don't know the guy. He seems like a nice guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, from what I have seen of him, which is very little, but, right? I have to give him credit where it's due. The guy made a channel, just have to point this out. MGL did not blow up his channel by being friends with him. People don't just subscribe. I watch celebrities on here. YouTube's very strange, okay? I've noticed this in the last couple of weeks. Robert Downey Jr. is on here. He does these weird reaction videos where he's actually not even really reacting to anything. He has a whole channel, right? But like, he doesn't even have that many. He hasn't even hit 100K yet. Granted, he probably just started the channel, but like, he's a fucking huge actor. Then there's this other guy I follow. His name's Steve McDonald Crafting, right? And he does resin videos. And he's got like, I don't know, he's in the hundreds of thousands on his one channel. He started another channel and like, he can't get that channel up to even 10,000 yet. I don't even think. So YouTube's very weird like that. Just because, you appear on a channel, that doesn't really mean you're going to get a whole bunch of subscribers. Or because you're famous, you're going to get a whole bunch of subscribers. It's very weird, especially lately. It's been very strange. But this guy, was doing his little true crime videos or his panels or whatever. He contacted that Jose guy. He got an interview. He did the work himself. He did a decent interview with the guy. I did listen to his interview with that guy, and it was a decent interview. He didn't ask that many questions, but I feel like, that's good and bad. I mean, it's good because he let the guy just talk, but, he could have asked a couple more questions, but like, from that, his channel got subscribers. And that's the way a lot of true crime people blow up. They might get an interview or a case or something like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. To me, that's how you should blow up as a true crime creator. You by doing actual fucking work, getting somebody on your panel, whatever it is, because like, you have to curate a relationship with somebody in order to get an interview with them, and I feel like Laura is just so jealous of that. So all she does is down this guy. Oh, and then you got all these subscribers. You hear her saying it all the time. It's like, dude, why can't you just fucking put your jealousy aside and be like, you know what? Good for him. Good for him. He blew up because he got this interview. That's awesome. Congratulations, dude. Like, you're going to get more from being like that than you are just being hateful, because it's not a good look, Laura. You look very jealous and hateful towards the guy that he's getting subscribers. Like, I mean, And this person built their channel off the Summer Wells, case. And this person. Dude, how many people built their channels off the Chris Watts case or built you have to fucking start somewhere, right? If you want to be a true crime creator. I mean, do some of these people get a little excessive? Yeah, absolutely. I think that, there's no new updates in the case. It's time to move on, not move on completely, but like not talk about it so much, it's not helping and it's not doing anything. It's not even about the little girl anymore. But I mean, if they got their start there, big deal. Who cares? Why are you so fucking hateful towards this guy? Why? I don't understand. I don't get it. She built her whole channel on Meek and a Murderer, but nobody's hating on her for that. She's trying to act like how everybody has acted towards her in the past, where it's like, you're using this little girl. She's trying to be that person now. She noticed that the trend is picking up, that there's a lot of people that are getting disgusted with the fact that some of these channels are just like, putting her name in the title for no reason. People like Bullhorn Betty, and they're not even discussing her, So she's getting wise to that, and she's realizing that the majority of people are getting upset, and now all of a sudden she's against it when she's still putting their fucking name in the title, her name in the title, like she did the other day. But she can't be happy for other people, and she just gets mad. She gets mad at these people because they're doing something right, and they're doing things the right way, and they're getting rewarded for it. She's angry about that, and it's like, dude, you could have done the same thing. I think it's a little too late now, but you could have done the same thing these people are doing. They're not doing anything fantastic, they're just doing things the right way. They're having a channel where they're not discussing drama all the time. So they're blowing up because their channel is focused on a genre, and that's what they're covering, So they're getting interviews, they're making relationships with people that are in the situation, that are involved in the situation. You can't seem to do any of that, not because of anybody else's fault, but your own. And you're getting angry with these people now. So now you're going to start accusing them of, horrible things to disgrace their names. No, that's crazy. How about you work harder at trying to fucking do the right thing instead of worrying about always trying to tear everybody else around you down? That's how, if you notice, same thing with her candle business. Instead of saying, hey, I'm selling an awesome product here, this is my candles, and this is, they're the best smelling candles on the market, whatever. What did she do? Oh, don't buy Yankee candles. They're toxic. She had to put down others to lift herself up. My candles are healthy. My candles are clean. Which is hilarious. But I'm just saying, like she had to put down other companies. Oh, Walmart uses chemicals. Don't go to Walmart. Don't buy their wax melts. They have chemicals in them. And then she puts herself up on this like impossible pedestal, as she says, that she's not even anywhere near. She's like, yeah, I'm on the same level as Joe Malone and Tom Ford. Yeah, in like 2 months, I put myself there. Nobody else did. I did. Oh, I'm sorry. MGL put her there, or mentioned those, and she put herself there. She's probably never seen either candle in person herself. Like, but it's like that. Concentrate on promoting yourself and your talents and what you do, instead of tearing everybody else down for what they do all the time. If you want to make it big as a YouTuber, if that's your goal in life, is to be the next, big thing in true crime on YouTube, look at the channels that are successful. Look at the Stephanie Harlows and the Kendall Rays and the Gray Hugheses, and look at the difference between your channel and their channel. Look at the difference. I just don't get it, dude. I don't get it. She's always saying, right? Yeah, she's always saying how she's so right. I saw her one day. I don't remember when this was, but she was talking about Emily D. Baker. And I've never heard her talk about this person before. If anybody else has, let me know, because I never did. I was talking about her. I've been talking about her a lot on my channel because she's the person that I've been watching when it comes to the Johnny Depp trial, right? She's a former district attorney in Los Angeles, right? So she has a very good perspective on the court system and how it works and everything like that, right? So her channel like blew up during this Johnny Depp, and rightfully so. She's giving good commentary and, you know, making it easier for us lay people to understand the whole process, you know, how it works, how and all the fucking lingo and everything like that, you know? So that's who I've been watching, right? So I hear Laura talking about her one day, and she's like, yeah, I've been watching Emily since, you know, she had 1,000 subscribers. And I'm like, really, Laura? You clearly never went back to her channel and looked at what she used to do when she had 1,000 subscribers, because she wasn't even discussing anything related to law at that time. She was reviewing fucking phone cases. Legit. That was her channel blew up. She made reviews on phone cases. Really, Laura? You never heard you talk about phone case reviewers, but okay. Sure you started watching her when she had 1,000 subscribers. So then, this is how narcissistic she is. She's like, you know, that's who I aspire to be like, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, well, you got a long way to go before you could even touch her level of experience, okay? Because she's educated. I forget what law school she went to, but I believe it was a prestigious one. And she fucking was a district attorney. She's got a lot more experience. She's a little ahead of the game. Okay. And she's also like, I think about 10 to 20 years younger than you. So, well, maybe 10. So I'm like, okay. And then she's like, you know, we say a lot of the same things. I say the same things as her. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Are you kidding me? Who are you trying to convince, yourself or everybody else? Because when do you say the same things as her? When? Because I've never heard you say anything close to the shit that she says. But okay. You know, she's trying to sell herself now. She's the next Emily D. Baker. I'm like, no, dude. No. Yes, she did work with Judge Ito. And if people don't know who Judge Ito is, he was the judge who presided over the O.J. Simpson trial. So he's like probably one of the most famous judges, you know, in our lifetime, as far as that goes, courtroom judges. But I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You don't say anything that she says. Why are you lying to everybody, dude? Like, why? Like, I don't know, dude. You just put yourself up on this fucking delusional pedestal that nobody else is on. You know, just that nobody else sees you at. Well, maybe like Capone, but nobody else besides him sees you at that same level. And like when I was friends with her, and I know Hummingbird, I don't want to like blow your spot up or anything, but like, and November Rain, if she's in here, I know you girls were thinking the same thing at times when she would say shit like that about herself. Like, even as a friend, you was like, oh, girl, no. Like, no, that did not happen. No, you're not close. No, that's not, no. Mm-mm. There you are, November Rain. I thought I saw you. You know? Like, nope, girl. That's wrong. Nope. You know, like you just like sunk into your chair just a little bit when you would hear her say things like that as her friend. You would just be like, oh, why? Girl, stop. Just stop. I mean, because I know I did several times. The delusion is off the scales. I mean, like, listen, there's nothing wrong with dreaming bigger than what you have. You know, that's how people become successful. You know, and in your head, you might put yourself like, you play the guitar, and in your head, you're fucking Slash. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's your goal. That's your aspiration, is like, I'm going to be the next fucking Slash, you know, from Guns N' Roses. I'm going to be the next fucking Slash. That's how good I'm going to be at playing guitar. But, like, you don't put that shit out there. You know what I'm saying? Yourself. Like, you know, like people say to me, oh, your son's going to be the next Wayne Gretzky. That's very kind of them to say, you know, and that would be great if he was. But like, dude, that's a fucking high bar. You know, if you know anything about hockey, that's like the creme de la creme of hockey players, dude. Like Wayne Gretzky is on another fucking level. Like there's great hockey players, like, you know, Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin, and then there's fucking Wayne Gretzky. Well, Alex Ovechkin's pretty close, but like he's my favorite, to be quite honest with you. But like there's other players that are close, but like, dude, to reach Wayne Gretzky level is just, that's a high bar, dude, to set for somebody. Does my son think that he's gonna be the next Wayne Gretzky? I don't know what he thinks. He's 9 years old. Would he love to be? Sure. You know, he's got to work his ass off to do that, though. He knows that. Possible. I would love for it to be possible, but I don't know, you know, but like for him to go around telling people, I'd be mortified if my son went around telling people that he was going to be the next Wayne Gretzky. I'd be mortified. I teach him to be humble, you know. He don't even like that kind of attention, my son. You know, when people tell him like, "Oh, you're this, you're that," he don't like it. He's very shy. He don't brag. He don't, I mean, he'll tell, you know, my husband and I, like, we'll talk, but like in front of strangers or other people, no. My son, he's very humble, dude. He's very, very humble. Even with me and my husband, sometimes we'll be like, dude, you did awesome at the game. Like, you know, you killed it out there. And he's still very humble about it. Like, he doesn't brag about it at all, which is great because that's what I want from him. I'm not even a big fan, but I see Jesse's videos and sit, you know, go, you got this. Wayne Gretzky's just on another level, dude. Like he's a legend. He's like the Michael Jordan of hockey. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's other basketball players and then there's Michael Jordan. Or there's other boxers and then there's Mike Tyson. You know? Like there's, which shit, I was watching this video about Mike Tyson this morning because I couldn't even sleep. I woke up at like 6 and I couldn't go back to sleep. And I didn't know, dude, like Mike Tyson was like living the thug life when he was young. I don't know his whole history and shit, but he was like bad. He was bad news. He was robbing people, all sorts of crazy shit. I had no idea. I never really watched, you know, anything about him. All I know is that I wouldn't want to get punched in the face by that guy. Like that dude did on a plane a couple months ago. There was some dude fucking harassing him and he got fucking knocked the fuck out on a plane. Mike Tyson turned around and just blasted him in the face. I was like, well, you don't fuck with Mike Tyson, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like you ran into, I don't know, Jimmy Kimmel or something on the plane or fucking Jimmy Fallon, you know, who's like not gonna fight you. You sat behind Mike Tyson and harassed him, dude. Like, of all people in the world that you probably don't want to harass on a fucking plane, Mike Tyson would have to be that guy that you shouldn't fuck with. Me personally, I like Pat LaFontaine from the Sabres. Go Sabres. Uh, I've heard his name before. I don't know who that is. That's Bobby Orr level. My son loves Bobby Orr. My son loves all the old players. He's like very into the history of hockey, you know, the old players, the old goalie masks he likes. In fact, he was like making one himself this weekend because he likes, which is so weird. He's into like a lot of vintage stuff. He likes to collect the old players, the figures of them that they used to sell. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey, Ditterbug. There's Laura's candles, and then there's Diptyque. Who's that? What's that? And hey, if you're going to the visual, Laura will send you a free candle for $7 shipping. I had to figure that out in my head because I order nail supplies from this YouTuber, right, that sells them. And I ordered this whole entire kit. And now I don't like expect everybody to like understand the weights and the sizes of all these things, but I ordered a jar of nail gel, which is pretty heavy, to be quite honest with you, because it has to come in a jar that's like light proof, that the light can't get through. So they tend to come in like these heavy jars. It's a pretty heavy jar. It's not glass, but it's like a heavy plastic. And it's because it's got like really thick walls so that the light can't pass through. So, you know, you don't want it to cure. So that in and of itself, probably weighs the same amount as a candle does, you know? Then you have, I ordered that. So I think I got 2 of those. And then her nail polishes or the base coat and the top coat and then the dehydrator, they all come in the same bottle and they were pretty heavy too. And then, you know, think of like a giant size, not giant size, but like a bigger size, like the OPI. They make pretty big nail polishes that are heavy, right? And then a whole box that came at like, I think 500 nail tips. So this like pretty heavy plastic box that came with, you know, 500 nail tips. I mean, they're light as anything, but like 500 of them has some weight to it. And then 2 brushes, right? I paid $5 shipping and handling for all that shit. Like, so how the fuck a candle costs $7 to ship? I don't know. I don't know. That's exorbitant. $7 for one candle, for a small candle too, she said. So I'm assuming like an 8-ounce, maybe, you know, small one, like a tea light, not a tea light, like a votive size, maybe a little bit bigger. 8 ounces cost $7 to ship. Really? Damn, girl, you like loading up fucking lead at the bottom of those things? Well, what's going on? That's a fucking exorbitant amount of, you know, shipping prices. Hey, Clara. I was just thinking about you this morning. Hey, Sister Pants. Hey, Angela. I didn't see you in here. Wayne Gretzky is the best skater to play a game of hockey. His skating technique is beautiful and flawless. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what made him such a great player. Yeah, free candle, but it's $7. It's like one of those like scams, you know, like we'll send you a free sample. All you have to do is pay shipping and handling. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, oh my God, only her. Only her. Like, first of all, dude, like who needs, that's not the kind of candles that they light at vigils. You know, that's not what they use. Most of the time they hold like a pillar candle, you know, with the little thing around it, little cup thing or plate or whatever the fuck it is. But like, why? Like, she makes it like candles are so hard to get, you know, anybody can go to a dollar store. It's not that type of thing, you know, like how are they going to hold a candle in a glass jar, dude, at a candle vigil? Burn their fucking hands off, dude. Like, what's wrong with you? You know that glass conducts heat, right? Like, okay. Now, let me just hold this. But I'm like, you know, you could go on like Amazon or go to the dollar store and fucking buy your own you could buy a whole box of candles at Walmart for like $5. Like, I mean, why would you pay $7 to have one candle shipped to you? Oh my God. It's just, again, that thing where she sees an opportunity to try to, you know, make herself look like a better person. Like, oh, Bullhorn Betty is selling merchandise. Well, I'm going to give something away for free, but I'm going to charge $7 for it. What? Makes no sense, dude. $7.99 per month for 24 months, and it's yours. My wallpaper got here. You know you're old when you're excited about wallpaper. Ooh, what kind of wallpaper did you get? I'm a little excited to hear about this. Wallpaper has come a long way in the last couple of years, from what I understand. It's not, you could get like, if you're a renter, which I think is fucking awesome, you could actually get like removable wallpaper. So like, you don't have to worry about like leaving it up there or ruining the walls when, you know, when you move out. You could literally like stick it on the wall, make your wall look like it's brick or has like a fucking wood look, and then comes right off, just like removable vinyl that comes right off the wall. So it's pretty cool. I've been thinking about some wallpaper, but like also, you know, it's come a long way from what it was back in the day. We all had it. My mom had like when I was a kid, we always had wallpaper, dude. My hallway was wallpapered. Let me tell you something. I got pissed off at my parents one time. I think I've told this story. They wouldn't give me like money for like the movies or some shit. I was a teenager. I had a little fucking anger problem. So they leave the house and I wanted to go out with my friends. And then, you know, now here's Liana. She don't have money again. My life story. Never had money to do with the things that my friends were doing. So I fucking kick a hole in the wall. And it's not because my parents didn't have the money. I'm just saying they were just cheap sometimes. But like my mom was the type to give you, God rest your soul, mom, but I'm just gonna say it. My mom would give you $5 to go to the movies with your friends and ask for change. I'm like, $5 isn't even gonna pay the full ticket, but okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right. But anyway, I got pissed off at them, so I kick a hole into the wall in the hallway, like out of frustration. And I didn't think my foot was gonna go through, but my big ass fucking size 9 shoe goes through the fucking wall. And I'm like, oh my God, now I'm freaking out. Like, they're gonna kill me. Like, what am I gonna do? So all of a sudden, I remember that I had, you know, the wallpaper that was in there. I remembered that my mom had like an extra roll in the closet, like in the linen closet in the hallway. So I go, I open it up and I'm like, oh, I'll just cut a square out. Luckily, the hole was like down really low where like my 6'3" dad wouldn't see it, you know, thank God. Because if it was my dad, like the reason I was so worried, just to let you guys know, is like my dad was the kind of person who was very OCD and like he would know when something was out of place. Okay. So I was having a fucking shit fit because I'm like, he's going to fucking know that this shit is out of place, you know, if it's up high. So thank God it was like really super low and he had back problems. So he didn't bend down all that much. So it's like, I fucking take the little square and I go to put it up and I'm like, oh my God, like the roll was brand new looking. It was like so bright and vivid. And unfortunately, my parents smoked in my house. So the wallpaper was like so yellow and dingy. It was gross. Ugh, it's gross. They stopped smoking in my house, thank God, at a certain point in time. But when I was a kid, they smoked in the house, just like probably everybody else's parents did in the 80s when they didn't know any better. So anyway, I take the little square, I cut it out, and I'm like, fuck, it's so noticeable because it's like so much whiter, you know, than the other areas. And I was like, oh, I got a bright idea. I go and my dad used to have a shoe polishing kit. So I go in there and I took his brown shoe polish and I fucking aged that shit to perfection. And dude, that shit went 10 years, I'm proud to say, without my dad noticing it. 10, almost 10 years. And I'll never forget the day we decided to take all the wallpaper down in the house and paint the walls. My dad's like in the hallway peeling down the wallpaper. And I hear him go, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, I knew exactly what it was. I was like, yeah, dad, about that, you know, because by this time I'm in my 20s, so my dad's like not such an asshole to me anymore, you know. I'm like, yeah, dad, about that. Like, I kicked a hole in the wall and I kind of, you know, fixed it. And he's like, I gotta say, you did a pretty good job. Like, he was like proud of me. I'm like, because I told him exactly what I did. I was like, yeah, I aged it with the shoe polish and, you know, made the nicotine stains. I'm fucking talented, dad. He was proud of me. He was. But yeah, that's my wallpaper story. But yeah, we all had wallpaper in our houses, you know, like my kitchen had it. When I moved in here, oh, it was a wallpaper nightmare. Not the whole house. They had borders, which are just fucking horrendous, you know. If I don't mind wallpaper coming back, but borders just have no business anywhere. I mean, they just don't. No fucking wallpaper borders anywhere. They have no business being in a house. No business. Remember that shit? You'd get like the wallpaper. It was like the matching border. Oh God. Ugh. Mine had some like weird yellow fucking, I don't know. The kitchen was painted yellow and it had this like ugly floral border with like, it was just ugly, like grapes or something. I don't know. And then like they left these weird horse pictures on the walls. It was terrible. Terrible. We had no wallpaper in my house. My mother hated it. I think a lot of people hated it. Ugh, wallpaper borders. Yeah, smoking definitely fucks their house up, dude. Like it turns everything yellow. Like I remember like when my parents stopped smoking in the house and we finally like repainted everything, like you would literally take a picture off the wall and you'd see like the outline of the picture. Ugh. Like It wasn't bad in my house, but I remember my grandmother's house. It was bad. Like you took that shit off the wall and there was like a white spot on the wall where, you know, ugh. It's the Italian in them. I don't know. My mom only had it in the kitchen and in the hallway. The rest of the house was painted. Well, we had paneling too. Oh my God. The paneling. The paneling. My house is paneled, I guess. When my parents first moved into my house, my dad worked at this lumber store. He like managed this lumber store and he was like the district manager or whatever. So we got wood for like nothing. So my dad went fucking like ballistic with the wood in my house. Every room had fucking wood in it, like paneling and oh my God, my bathroom, I'll never forget. They like redid the bathroom like in 1989 and my mom like was in, I guess it was kind of in, so I can't blame her. It was like that log cabin look. You know what I'm saying? My mom was always like a country, like she always like wished, you know, she grew up in Brooklyn, but she always wished that she lived in the country. She had like dreams of like being a country girl. So she liked all like that style, you know what I'm saying? So she did the whole bathroom was done in this like fucking pine, I don't know, wood paneling, like the ceiling, the walls, everything, the whole fucking bathroom. And then pink tiles. Pink tiles. Oh my God, it was so bad. Like these like I don't know what the fucking color is called. Dude, I hate that I smoke too, Glara, but I don't smoke in my house. I can't. I have a kid, but I can't even like imagine smoking in my house because it grosses me out now. You know, I know some people do. Like, trust me, if I didn't have my kid and my husband, you know, didn't exist, I would probably smoke in the house because I'm a smoker. But, you know, if I was by myself, but not with my husband and my kid. But like, it is gross, dude, you know, if you really think about it. But some people do it. And it's not like I never smoked inside. I have. It's just like when they outlawed, I think New York was one of the first states here that outlawed smoking in like bars. And so God, that was torture. That was like during the years, like the height of like my fucking going out days. And they decide to outlaw smoking here. And it was like in the winter, you're just like outside freezing your ass off smoking cigarettes, you know, at the bar. Oh, it's terrible. Thankfully, most of the bars, like now, well, I don't know about now, but I'm sure they still do this. But they put like heaters out there. So at least you're not like freezing. But like, I remember it had been a couple of years since that had been in play here where you couldn't smoke. And I went down to like Atlantic City in Pennsylvania where they were still allowing people to smoke in bars. And I was like, whoa, like, holy shit. I felt like I was going to die. And I'm a smoker. Like, and I felt like I was going to fucking die in there. I was like, holy, you can't even like breathe in here. I remember when you used to be able to smoke in the diner, the mall. My mom used to walk through the mall. I remember her smoking in the grocery store. Like, I remember her walking through the mall in the hallway. You couldn't smoke in the stores, but you could smoke in the hallway of the mall. And they had ashtrays all over the mall. And I remember my mom smoking cigarettes in the hallway at the mall. Like, fucking, it's gross when you think about it. Like, think of all the people who didn't smoke and how gross that is. That they had to walk through this fucking cloud of smoke everywhere they went. Ugh. Why would they ban menthol cigarettes? Thank God I don't smoke them. I hate menthol. The smoking section, yes. They still let you smoke in the casinos on cruise ships. You know, it's crazy that I don't know about Jersey. I don't know if you're allowed to still smoke in Atlantic City. Last time I was there, you were, but they had like designated sections. I think it really comes down to like they don't want you to leave the casino for any reason. They're like, no, you're fucking staying here, smoking your cigarettes and spending all your fucking money. We're gonna bleed you dry. But I don't know if it's still like that. Yes. Well, there was a time where like the smoking section in restaurants, at least here, was like literally like smoking to the left and non-smoking to the right. And there was like nothing dividing it. It was just like you go over there if you smoke and you go over there. Then they started putting up like glass dividers or like making smoking rooms. Like I remember even up until I was in high school when I worked at a bowling alley and we had a smoking room. Oh, it was so gross. But there was a smoking room like in the bowling alley where you just went and sat and smoked cigarettes in there. I mean, it was literally just for the smokers, and that was it. But now there's absolutely no smoking indoors. In fact, and I think this is a little extreme, just saying, they have a rule here where you're not really allowed to smoke within 50 feet of an entrance of a building, but nobody abides by that. I personally do, just to be honest with you, because like when I quit smoking years ago, and like you don't realize how fucking gross it smells until you quit for a little bit, you know? Because when you smoke, you don't really get the full, I don't know, smell of it, I guess. But when I quit a couple years ago, I really realized, holy shit, you know, like that is fucking gross. And like whenever every store I walked into, I'm like, oh, like you get hit in this like cloud before you walk into the store. And it was gross, you know? And I'm like, I don't want to be that person. So like you'll never see me, like very rarely, unless it's like pouring rain, standing like right outside a door, you know, where people are walking in and out smoking a cigarette. I just won't do it. I try to like always go into like the parking lot or like just off to the side of the building so that I'm not directly in where people are walking. You know what I'm saying? But hey, if I'm 50 feet away, you ain't fucking with me. Don't tell me I can't smoke there. I just should quit and then I wouldn't have to worry about any of this shit. When someone walks by, you could tell if they are a smoker. I'm Carla, like I'm like so paranoid about that. I keep a bottle of perfume in my car, like hand lotion. I just like I'm so conscious of it. And that's really from when I quit. Just seeing how bad it smelled on other people. I mean, I try to be. I'm sure I still smell like smoke, but I try to be a little conscious of the smell and how it affects other people. Like I'm not a rude smoker. Like, you know, somebody like Laura, when she smoked, she's like fucking blowing that shit in people's faces. Like, she don't give a fuck. I'm not like that. You can't mask that smell. Well, somebody told me once, it's funny, when I worked at the bowling alley, my manager was a non-smoker. And she's like, it's so weird. You go and smoke. And she's like, when you come back, she's like, I don't smell it on you at all. But there was another kid that we worked with that smoked. And when she's like, when he comes back from smoking, she's like, ugh, like I want to throw up. She's like, it's all I smell is smoke. And she always used to tell me she didn't smell it on me. Whether she was just being nice, I don't know. But I try to cover it up, you know? Like I don't like smelling like cigarettes. Out here, there are casinos you could smoke still, but when you walk into a casino, you can smell the smoke. It is gross. It is. That's what I'm saying. For like, it's really unfair for people who like, you know, we're choosing to do this shit to ourselves, smokers. But you know, there's people out there that they shouldn't have to deal with it. Like that's how I look at it. Like you're not choosing it. I am. So you know, I shouldn't put it in your face. I should stay out of the way of the people who aren't choosing to do this. I mean, I try to be a respectful smoker. Hartley just posts MGL. I don't care about that woman. Who is that? Is Hartley in here? Girl, I gotta give it up to Hartley, man. She fucking gets all the clips. Like, I don't know how she does it, but I really do have to give it up to her. She always gets the good clips. The good, like, here's the thing, you know, and I don't know if everybody realizes this. I'm sure they do, but she's got to actually sit through these fucking people's videos and watch this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And she's doing that so that we don't have to, because there's no way I would ever suffer through an entire MGL live. There's just no fucking way. But she'll do it. She'll sit through it just to get that clip. And I have to give it up to her. I have to give it up to her that she does that. Last night, Amanda Lynn posted this clip and it was fucking hilarious, right? Laura's on panel on Mandy C. Now, all right, let me ask a question. Is this Mandy C person new or has she been around? Because I feel like I've seen that name, but I don't know. I don't know if she's new, she's been around, whatever situation. Like, she could have been around YouTube. I'm saying, is she new in like this community, like, or she been around? Because there's so many fucking Mandys, it's like really hard to remember all of them. But anyway, Mandolin posts this clip of Laura and that other voices lady who's absolutely fucking insane. Okay. Talking about, um, oh, she totally busts Laura out, right? She busts Laura out big time. She's like, I don't know. They were talking about Mandolin, I guess. And then at one point in time, Laura's like, I told you to ignore them. I told you to ignore the ponies and blah, blah, blah. And Voices is like, you texted me last week and told me I had to deal with it. Totally busts Laura out, right? Like, bad. And Laura's like, did I not tell you? Did I not, when Laura like raises her voice another octave and starts yelling and getting like really loud and over talking people, you know that she's wrong, and she's like not going to let you get a word in edgewise after that because she's busted. So she's like yelling. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm laughing. I'm like, I got to see this whole thing play out. So there was nothing else going on. So I go to the girl Mandy C's channel and I'm watching. I didn't even get up to the part where the clip was because I can only listen for so long to this shit. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Hartley has that patience that I don't have. Like, if I don't know what people are talking about, I'm out, dude. Like, no offense. If I love you, I'm not going to hang around like when you're talking about like people that I don't know, or you know what I'm saying, or situation I don't know. Like I might for a little bit, but if the whole life is revolved around a person I never even heard of, I'm probably not going to be there, probably not going to hang around. So they were talking about a whole bunch of different shit, but I happened to catch like the first couple of minutes where she comes on panel and they're like, I thought it was really funny. They were talking about Adderall. Was it Natasha? I don't know. I don't pay attention to that lady either. That Natasha Cooper lady. Like, I just have no interest in her. I don't know why people are so like captivated by this woman. But anyway, I'm listening and they're talking about her and they're like, yeah, she ran out of her Adderall early, right? And Laura's up on the panel and I'm just waiting for her to say something. And they're basically busting on her for being on Adderall, They're like, yeah, she probably ran out of it early, because she takes so much and she's all hopped up on Adderall. Like, pretty much all the same things that people say about Laura and her Adderall. Like, they're saying about Natasha. And I'm like, Laura's suspiciously quiet right now. Wonder why that is. Not saying a word about that. She's like, zip, like, you take Adderall, stand up for her and be like, you know what? It happens sometimes. Or like, dude, I've never been one to be like, oh, how dare that person run out of their medication early. Like, that shit happens, dude. That doesn't mean that everybody's like over abusing it just because, one time they run out of it early. I mean, you could double dose by accident. Fucking, all the time it could happen. I mean, forget that you took it. Not all the time, but it does happen. My mom used to do it with her fucking kidney medication. Like, she would forget if she took it in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just happens. People forget to take their medication or take it twice by accident. It does happen. But like, in her kidney medication did not get her high. So but I just thought it was really funny because Laura's sitting there, dead quiet. And then she's like, then they start getting into the whole 9/11 thing. Well, because she asked about it. And I'll tell you right now, I live on Long Island. I can't say for like the tri-state area, meaning like Connecticut, upstate New York, and Jersey, right? But I do know here, and I'm pretty sure it was the same everywhere. Once like that happened, they shut down the LIE, which is the main highway here to get like, it's like the I-95 of Long Island. You know what I'm saying? It's actually called 495. But that's the main highway to get to the city. That brings you right to the Midtown Tunnel and you go right into the city. So they shut that down on 9/11, and then they shut down the railroad, and then they did open the railroad and the LIE back up, but it was only for emergency vehicles, emergency, whatever, rescue, whatever. So it was open. If she was really a nurse, yeah, she could have gotten there, but I don't know where she was coming from. I thought she lived upstate, if I'm not mistaken. But here's the thing, okay? That, and I don't know if this is true. I'm just going by what I heard on a clip somewhere. She was not walking around picking up no fucking body parts, okay? 9/11 was a very, very, it was basically a huge crime scene, and that's how it was treated. So they weren't just like picking it, like, hey, I found a hand, throw it in the garbage. That's not how it went. You know, whenever, if there was things found, they were categorized, they were sifted, and they were sent. Actually, all the evidence was sent over to this dump called Arthur Kills in Staten Island, and there they sifted through everything. I mean, literally, like with a fine-tooth comb, sifted through every fucking little bit of debris. So yeah, I don't know if I believe the whole picking body parts up story, because I don't know how true that is. I don't know. That doesn't sound very true. Like, they weren't just letting any Joe Schmo off the street come and pick body parts up. Like, you know, they were letting volunteers search for people, but the cleanup effort was treated like a crime scene, you know, so it wasn't, they weren't just like, yeah, we're just going to let you, you're a nurse. Yeah, come on, come pick some body parts up. It was, no, that's not how it went at all. It took them months to clean up the scene. I mean, months. I would see it every day on the news. I mean, I remember going there that night, and, you know, most of it was cleaned up, you know, the building, the rubble. I mean, they did clean it up quick, considering, you know, how much of a fucking mess it was, the site, you know, ground zero. But yeah, no, nobody was walking around picking up no body parts like that. I don't believe it. Oh, she lives in Wyoming. Yeah, no, she definitely did not come here and pick body parts up then. That didn't happen. They were not letting people. Did volunteers come from out of state? Yeah, absolutely. People from out of state, from all over, came here to help with the cleanup and everything like that. But, you know, I don't know if it went down exactly how she's trying to say it did. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Isn't that the same lady who was selling fake vax cards? Yes. Dude, and that whole situation is just so fucked up too, because like, I don't like that people, listen, she's totally wrong for doing that, the fake vax cards, but why is nobody concentrating on the fact that MGL not only fucking accepted those vax cards, had a conversation with her about it, we saw the text messages, right? And knew that she was sending them to her, and gave her her fucking address to send them to her. But not only that, held on to them. You know, if you were so horrified by them, why didn't you fucking throw them out the minute they came into your house? You know, but she holds on to them for like months. And then when they fall out, oh, well, all of a sudden she made fake vax cards. You know, like, why isn't anybody concentrating on the fact that there was probably a conversation that happened that even prompted her to make those. And I'm not saying she's wrong for making them. I'm just saying, you know, she's 100% wrong for making them. But like, why is nobody like, you know, focusing on the fact that Marissa accepted them, held on to them, probably used them for all we know, because she was traveling during that time, you know, and then fucking decides to throw it in her face when their friendship falls out. Fucking gross. And twerp Adrian would have used them if he could have. Yeah, I imagine. Oh, I think they both suck for it. Corey said that none of us are probably vaxxed anyway. Yes, I am too. Well, what does she care? I don't get these fucking vaccinated people, like these, well, not the vaccinated people themselves, but these people that are so upset about everybody else's vaccination. Worry about your own fucking vaccination. Why are you even worried about if people are vaccinated or not? If you're vaccinated, that's the only person you have to worry about. You know, that you're vaccinated, and that's it. Yeah, you're protected. Why are you worried about everybody else's vaccination status? I can never understand that. It's not your business. It's other people's bodies, their decisions, whether they want to be vaccinated or not. And that's it. Why are you worried about who's vaccinated and who's not? It's not even affecting you. Don't even live in this fucking country. What do you care? She's always sticking her nose in where it doesn't belong. Fucking dumbass. There was that one lady who pretended to be there. It turns out she wasn't. Yes, I watched that. That's exactly what I thought of, Ash. I thought of the same fucking thing when I heard that she faked being at 9/11 because I'm like, oh shit, she's like that lady that like literally like made this elaborate story up about it, and it turns out she wasn't even there. She got busted big time for it. I don't believe in meds for me. Well, see, Claire, I'm not vaccinated, and I'll tell you right now why. I just don't. I don't know. I have a few reasons for feeling that way. You know, first off, I don't work, so I mean, I'm a stay-at-home mom. I don't really interact with the public all that much. You know, I'd probably feel different if I did. If I had a job and I worked, maybe I'd feel different. Um, you know, I'm sure if my mom was still alive, I definitely would have got the vaccine because my mom was immune compromised, you know, and I would be at her house all the time and I'd be scared of, you know, getting her sick. So, you know, I probably would have done it just for her. But for me, myself, I don't, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm out in the world enough to even have to worry about it, you know, and I'm not comfortable with the fact that it's a different type of vaccination, right? The mRNA, whatever type of vaccination, and nobody knows the long-term effects of it, you know, and I have that right as a person to feel that way. So it's my body. I don't feel comfortable, you know, taking some vaccination that was rushed and putting it in my body. You know, sorry, I just don't. I I just don't want to get it, you know? So that's my decision. I'm I'm a grown ass woman. If I don't want to get a vaccine, just like if I don't want to get any of the other vaccines, I have that right. I mean, I didn't have that right when I was a kid and my mom brought me to the doctor, but like I'm not an anti-vaxxer at all. You know, if you want to get it, that's great. Um my son's all, you know, has all his vaccinations and shit. I have all my vaccinations. But this one, I just feel a little bit different about, just given the circumstances of how rushed it was and, you know, the lack of research behind it. That's all. And I have that right. I don't think anybody should be put down for being afraid, you know, to put something like that in their bodies. Um, Both of my parents died before the age of 65. So I'm a little paranoid with certain things, you know. I know it sounds maybe irrational because it's like I smoke and you know, that's bad too, but whatever. I don't know. I why put another thing in my body that I'm not familiar with? You know what I'm saying? That I don't have any research on and I don't know anything about. Why? You know? But I also am not going to sit here and judge people that are vaccinated. Like if you're comfortable with it, cool. I wish I was, but I'm not, you know? And I have my reasons and I have every right to feel the way that I feel about it. You know, I'm not against anybody else getting it. If you want it, get it. Like, cool. I'm not going to judge you. My husband's vaccinated. I'm not. But he works. He's out in the work field every day, you know, so he had to get it. I didn't have to get it. So why, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's nobody forcing me to get it. I don't need to get it. We have no standard for MDL because we expect this shit from her. We don't expect anyone to go break their own neck or laws just to seek her approval. And you're right, Gretchen. You know, you are right. I feel like that woman, um, she's just one of those people that's how she makes friends, you know, like, oh, Laura doesn't like mandolin. Well, I'm going to go after mandolin then, you know, so that Laura accepts me. I feel like that's the type of person that she is. And maybe that's why she gets herself into these little pickles, you know, with people. But I don't know the lady, you know, I don't want to judge her, but that was some fucking, let me tell you, I was in their chat the other night when they were playing her fucking shit. And holy wow, does she have a mouth on her? Like, fuck. And I got a pretty bad mouth. Like, and I was like, damn, girl. Damn, like she just got no filter, no boundaries. I don't even want to have fuck this. I'm not talking about that woman because I don't need her fucking going off on me like that. No, thank you. I cannot see her in the hospital. She was there. I felt so helpless. Ooh, That's terrible. Remember when he sent me the IC of a positive test? I was losing my shit. Oh, you're not talking to me, Pugs. I'm like, huh? Huh? Band-aid of memories. I had COVID last year. It wasn't too bad for me. Mostly had a slight fever for 2 days. Felt fine after 4 days, but I didn't want to end up giving it to him. He was vaxxed when I got it. I wasn't. I don't blame you. See, that's what I'm saying. If I was in a situation, if my situation was different, I would probably feel different, you know, but I just like, I spend most of my time at home. I, you know, especially at like the height of this shit, I was home all the time. You know, I barely went out maybe to get groceries and then like back, you know. I'm not one of those people that's like, let's have a party during a pandemic. You know, that wasn't me. So I felt like I didn't need to be vaccinated at the time. My husband was vaxxed and he was, as long as he's protected, great. He's the one who's going out into the world risking himself, not me. My husband worked all through COVID, you know. Not, I think he was maybe off for like a very short period of time at the very beginning when they shut down everything. But then he was back at work like before a lot of other people were, long before a lot of people were, because he's considered an essential worker. So he had to go to work and he had to get vaccinated. I probably wouldn't have bothered otherwise because I'm not high risk and I'm not around anyone else that really is. Exactly. But I'll tell you right now, if my mom was alive, I definitely would have gotten it just because I wouldn't have even been able to go see her if I wasn't. Like, I know that. She probably would have been like, fuck this, I'm not getting vaccinated because she was like such a pain in the ass. But I would have like gotten it because I was like so protective with her. I used to get mad. My cousin used to fucking be sick all the time. This girl, I never seen somebody get sick. Like if there was a cold going around, this girl caught it. The bronchitis, whatever. She always had something. And she would come over, like, or come to the hospital and she'd have fucking like bronchitis and be like coughing. And I'm like, why are you fucking here if you're sick? Like, I seriously used to get angry with people if they would come to a family party sick or just anywhere around my mom and be sick and coughing. Like, I used to get so fucking pissed because I'm like, for you, it might just be a cold. For my mom, because she's immune compromised, a cold could turn into, pneumonia very easily for her. And, pneumonia could be very hard for her to fight because she's immune compromised. Like, what the fuck is your problem? So I definitely would have gotten it immediately if, my mom was still alive because I would have been so worried about her. I forget it. I would have been a wreck. I would have been a fucking wreck if my mom was alive during this pandemic. Just a total fucking mess worrying about her. Because she my mom just did not listen to anybody or follow any rules. She would have been like, fuck this, I'm going shopping. She probably would have worn a mask and shit just to be careful. But like, she definitely would have been like fighting things. Like, she definitely wouldn't have been one of those people that was like hiding in their houses, just because they're immune compromised. No, she didn't let anything stop her, my mom. She definitely was a fighter. It was hard. It was a struggle with her. I don't know if I had COVID. I did get sick. We all got sick. My husband had a fever. This was like back in November, January, this past, year. And my husband got a fever. Jesse got a fever. I got sick, but I didn't get a fever. I just got sick. So I personally think Jesse had it because, listen, it takes a lot to get my son to be laying in a bed. You know what I'm saying? Like, even when he's sick. He had the flu, and like, you couldn't even tell this kid had the flu. He was fucking running around like a maniac. But this time when he got sick, it took him out. Like, he was out for the count. Like, I was seriously getting worried. But he, it was like maybe 3 or 4 days. He had a pretty high fever. I tested him, but I tested him the first day, I think, that he had the fever. So I don't know if he had it because the home tests were so unreliable. So, and then I ended up getting sick and my husband ended up getting sick. But like, I don't know. I don't get sick all that often. I get sinus infections all the time, but I don't get colds. Like, I haven't had the flu since I was a kid, knock on wood, and I don't get the flu shot or anything. Like, I don't know. I guess maybe I have a good immune system. I still wear masks and gloves on the subway. It has gotten even grosser since COVID. Well, I don't blame you there, girl. I don't wear a mask anymore. I haven't worn a mask since last year, maybe. But again, that was another thing that used to bother me. Everybody would get so upset, like, oh, you're not wearing a mask. If you have your mask on, right, and you believe that your mask is helping you and protecting you, that's all you need to worry about. Why are you worried about my fucking face, my lungs, and my body? Like, I don't understand that rationale. That why would you care if everybody else is wearing a mask? Worry about yourself being protected and wearing a mask, not everybody else. Because if you feel that the mask is, protecting you, then that's all you have to worry about is yourself and being protected by your mask, and your gloves and whatever else you're wearing. Don't worry about what I'm doing. I mean, I still see people here wearing masks, but it's very, very, very few and far between. Now, I went up to Connecticut, not last weekend, the weekend before, and there was a lot of people wearing masks up there still. And I was shocked at the amount of people that were wearing masks, because here on Long Island, I rarely see people wearing masks anymore. Not that I don't see them, but it's very sparse. And I don't judge those people because I don't know what their situation is. They might have, they might be like my mom and have had a kidney transplant and be immune, compromised because of it, or they could have asthma or COPD or some reason to be wearing it, So for me, I'm a healthy, 41-year-old woman, so I don't really need to wear it. I looked at it as wearing the mask to protect others from me. That's how it should be looked at, Soldier. Exactly. If I was sick, first of all, like that during that period where my son got sick, I didn't leave my fucking house. I didn't go out. And if I did, I had a mask on. I'm not going to get other people sick. I would not chance getting other people sick. But that was because I literally, had somebody sick in my house. Whatever he had, I didn't want to give it to people, whether it was the flu or, because I know I could carry it even though I don't have it. But when everybody's fine and healthy, I just don't see the point of me walking around suffocating myself. My granddaughter, I think my granddaughter was very sick, or grandma slept sitting up, cough, couldn't go back to work until negative test. Took him a month. Yeah, some people got hit super duper duper hard with it. Hear that? CV killed my mom and grandma too. Oh no. See, like Seymour and somebody in your, in your case, I would be very careful. And unfortunately, I mean, I'm risking myself, but I don't think I don't. You don't even hear about it anymore. To be quite honest with you, it's really weird. It just kind of fell off the face of the earth. It's very strange. Thank God. I mean, we had to get back to normal life at some point in time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel so bad, and I don't know if they're still on lockdown, but I was watching all these videos of these people in China, in Shanghai, China, that were, I think it's called Shanghai. I might have the name wrong, but it's like one of the main cities in China where all like the manufacturing and shit happens. And like, they were legit trapped in their fucking apartments where the government is putting fucking tape on the door. Okay. And they can't come out. If that seal is broken, they were going to fucking be sent to these like quarantine camps. Like, that shit is fucked. Who wants to live like that? Eventually we have to, there had to come a point where we're going to have to get on with normal life, and whatever that is to you. If your normal is wearing a mask and getting vaccinated and being precautious out in the world, then that's your normal. My normal is getting back to just regular normal, and that's fine. I'm not going to judge anybody for the way that they feel about it. I tried hard to protect my mom and myself. I feel my mom picked it up from the ER visit. Yep. Yeah, that's scary, Mercedes girl. Very scary. And see, I probably would have felt the same way. I mean, You know, my situation is different. Thank God. Thank God. Nobody in my family was, affected by it in a bad way. I feel terrible for people whose, families who lost loved ones and everything. It's horrible because really, it didn't have to happen. Here we are a year later, and I feel like all those deaths were somewhat preventable. It's very sad. I feel terrible for those family members. This morning I was crying. I was watching this video, and it wasn't about COVID, but so this brother and sister, it just hit home for me. There was this brother and sister, young. I think the brother was probably either in his late 20s, early 30s, and the sister too. And um uh, he went to donate the kidney to the sister in the hospital, right? In California, I believe it was. So they go and they do the transplant, and it was successful, and the sister is fine. But I think it was like a day or so after, he gets out of the recovery room. And I don't know if you guys know this. Just I do because my mom had a kidney transplant and her sister donated the kidney. The operation is actually harder for the donor than it is for the recipient because, and I don't know if they still do it this way, but I know at the time when my mom had her transplant, they have to break the ribs of the donor to get the kidney out, right? So the donor has a much harder recovery because of that. I'm not sure if they still do it like that, so don't mark me. This was back in like the early 90s when my mom had her transplant. But anyway, this brother and sister, so the brother donates the kidney to the sister, and he ends up the next day, or it might have been that day after the surgery, he started having like pretty bad pain. So the nurse switched him from fentanyl over to a Dilaudid pump. Now, this guy who's a relatively healthy guy, well, they said like the healthiest person that was on that floor in the hospital, probably did not have any type of tolerance for that level of medication. They upped his dosage 380%. So he went from whatever they normally give you after a surgery like that, they upped his dosage of opioids 380%. So he went into respiratory failure eventually, and he ended up dying in the hospital. And the sister's like all fucked up. And I was just like crying listening to this because I'm like, I don't talk to my mom's donor anymore, but I will always, be grateful towards her for that. We might not see eye to eye on other events that happened in our, lives over the years, but for that, I will always respect her for giving my mom that gift because it's a huge sacrifice to make. And, it really did help me, my family, my mom. It changed our lives, for the better. My mom, it gave me 25 more years with my mom that I wouldn't have had if she didn't do that. And I'm very thankful for it, But to imagine that something would have happened to her while, like, or after, oh man, I would have felt terrible. I'm sure my mom would have felt even worse, just knowing that she passed away like that, which it was a totally unnecessary death that this guy had to go through. I had a kidney transplant in 1985. Dr. Price, UPMC. I was born with bilateral ureters and bands around my kidneys. I was given a 93-year-old woman's kidney cut in half. I was almost 3 years old. Wow. I didn't even know they were doing transplants back then. That's crazy. Wow. My mom when she got hers, it was a relatively new thing that they were doing. And that was in like 93. So that's crazy. Sorry, you're living in a motel. Yes, he basically died for his sister when he didn't have to. It was an error that the nurse made with the medication that could have been prevented, and he also could have been revived with Narcan, but nobody took the measures to do that. So as you can imagine, his family sued the hospital majorly, But, you know, that's not going to, it's not going to change anything, unfortunately. So sad. I was like in tears this morning because like that just hits home, you know, for me because being somebody who's mom, you know, who I've been affected by that, and I really do. I mean, I don't care for my aunt, you know, anymore. We don't speak, but I will always, you know, be grateful for what she did for my mom. I mean, that'll never change, you know, and I'll always admire her for doing that, even though I don't feel the same way about her as a person, you know, anymore, just due to things that happened over the years. But, you know, part of her in doing that, I think she felt like my mom owed her something. You know what I'm saying? And that part of it bothers me because I feel like if you do that for somebody and I understand the expectation from the donor of wanting the recipient to like care for themselves, and you know, you're giving a piece of your body. Like God forbid one day something happened to my aunt's one kidney and you know she ends up on dialysis or in kidney failure or in need of a transplant. Like, you know what I'm saying? She gave that kidney away, but she always kind of treated my mom like my mom fucking owed her something. You know, like, and I understand like she would get upset with my mom, and I understand why, because my mom, you know, was not eating right and not really taking care of her body. Same reason I used to get upset with her, because you know, you're on borrowed time as it is, right? When you get a transplant, you're living on borrowed time. So you know, the expectation of the people around you is that you should be doing everything you can to care for yourself because you're on borrowed time as it is, you know? And I used to get mad at my mom too. So I understand my aunt's feeling in that sense, you know? But she took it a little bit further where I felt like I feel like she thought that she had total control over my mom's everything, emotions, feelings, you know what I'm saying? Or that she could talk down to her or treat her like shit because I gave you a kidney and like that kind of shit. No, she never threw it in my mom's face. Don't get me wrong. But the way she treated my mom at times, it just seemed that way. You know, by all means, I could be wrong, but I feel like she just had this like resentment towards my mom for maybe because my mom wasn't living up to her expectations of what she should be doing. You know, because my aunt is one of those people that she lives a very healthy lifestyle. You know, she wakes up at 5 o'clock in the morning and walks, and you know, and I feel like when my mom started to sink into her depression and really stop taking care of herself, you know, just due to like the fact that my dad passed away and that me and my brother aren't talking, I feel like my aunt started to get more verbally abusive with her. You know what I'm saying? And it was just kind of like, dude, she's depressed. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she just didn't understand depression. This fucking asshole. Excuse my language about her, but you know what I'm saying? She had no concept of what depression was. Like, she would tell my mom all the time, "Oh, Carol, just think positively." And I'm like, do you think that that it's that fucking easy to get somebody out of a depression? Oh yeah, just think positively and you're healed. That's not how it works. Like, that's not how depression works. You can't just think depression away. If it was that fucking easy, they wouldn't have Prozac or, you know, all these other fucking drugs, Zoloft and all this other bullshit to help people with their depression. Like, you know, like, to me that's just such a dismissive, fucking condescending bullshit thing to say, because you don't have any understanding of depression. So you're just like, you're almost minimizing the person's depression when you say shit like that. Like, like you don't have anything to be depressed about. She would kind of like say shit like that to my mom. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Or she'd be like, just look at the bright side of things. Well, yeah, you know what? If she could, she would, but she can't. And that's why she's fucking depressed. And what do you not fucking get about it? You know, because my aunt lives in one of those fucking fluffy fairy tale. Hey, get out of here, squirrel. You know, my aunt lives in one of those, like, everything's unicorns, rainbows, and sunshine in her world. It's perfect. Or so she tries to make everybody think it is, you know? So she just had no no concept of depression. And it really used to fucking piss me off because I tried talking to her about it and she was dismissive. And then that's what kind of caused our fallout. There's a lot more to the story, a lot more. But that was like the fucking straw that broke the camel's back for me personally, you know, on top of everything else shitty that she's done. That was like the, you're done, you know? And again, I'll always respect what she did for my mom, you know, and I can never take that away from her. But you don't fucking own somebody. You don't own their thoughts. You don't own their body. You know what I'm saying? Just because you did that for them, you know? You don't own them. Ugh, she's such an asshole. Yeah, she's just one of those people. Like everything's like, hey, it's wonderful. Look at the pretty flowers. You know, like it's just like, dude, you're so over the top. Just stop. Just fucking stop. We know that you're not truly that fucking happy. If you were, you wouldn't be getting fucking shit faced every night. Now would you? You know? Drinking fucking bottles of color rosy fucking wine to your head by yourself every night. Stop. Just stop. Like, I think that's why she, I'm getting too deep, but yeah, I think part of why she hates me so much is because I shattered her fucking image. When you come from an image obsessed family, you know, because she's not the only one in my family that was like that. My family is very image obsessed, and it's fucking weird. You know, they're all about crafting this image of we're perfect, we get along, everybody's perfect, you know, and that's just not reality. And I don't understand why they need people to think that they're fucking perfect. But, you know, in her head, which I know I didn't, but in her head, I shattered that image. I shattered the image of her perfect little family when really it was her son who did it. But she's, you know, can't accept that. So she blames me. She blames me. And that's really the main reason why we don't speak, to be quite honest with everybody. And it's sad, you know. I don't want it to be like that, but it just got to a point where it had to be like that. I kind of had no choice. It's like, stay in this toxic fucking situation where everybody pretends reality isn't reality, right? Or, you know, live in my own world where I deal with reality and I know that life isn't perfect and I accept that life isn't perfect and I embrace that life isn't perfect, you know, and I'm not perfect, and be comfortable. Hmm. Hmm. Let me think. Let me think. So I chose that life. I chose the healthier life route in life. I can't be around that toxic fucking negativity anymore, dude. Anymore. If you said anything realistic in my family, they would say that you were being negative, right? They're like those fucking people that believe in that bullshit. No offense to anybody here. They believe in that shit. You know, by all means, believe in what you want to believe in. But I hear a lot of narcissistic people talking about it. The fucking secret, the laws of attraction. If you put out, positive things, that's such bullshit, dude. That whole concept is such bullshit. And it's set up for fucking failure. Because if you put that's not reality, dude. I'm not saying you shouldn't be positive and think positively. Of course you should. You should try to. You should, but there's just some situations in life, like for instance, when my mom got diagnosed with cancer, right? I had to be realistic. If I sat there saying, my mom doesn't have cancer, my mom doesn't have cancer, my mom doesn't have cancer, what do you think was going to happen to me when she eventually died? What do you think my heart was going to be if I kept thinking that whole time that she's going to get better, she's going to be cured? Of course, I was hoping for that in my heart. But in the back of my mind, I had to prepare myself for the fact that, dude, this could go very bad very quickly. You know what I'm saying? I had to fucking prepare myself for that. But these people that live in this phony fucking world where they're like, just think positively all the time, that's my family, So if you ever said anything that was realistic to them, they would accuse you of being negative, but it's like, I'm not being negative. I'm being realistic. You know, like my mom could possibly get very sick very quickly. That's reality, dude. Like, I'm not being negative. And guess what? That's exactly what happened. She got very sick very quickly. I only knew that from experience, dude. I went through it. My dad got very sick very quickly. From his diagnosis to, oh, this motherfucking squirrel. Get off there. He just climbed up on my porch, on my patio, and got to the bird feeder somehow. Get out. Go, squirrel. Oh my God. Bird feeder wars. It targets people who don't want to do shit for themselves and sit around expecting someone else to fix shit for them. You know what, Claire? I knew you would understand what I was saying on this, because that's exactly. It's like, dude, you have to accept that life has ups and downs, good and bad. You know, there's balance in the universe, dude. There's good and bad. Like, not everything in your life is going to go good and great and be sunshine and rainbows. You're going to go through hard things. If you tell people to think positively all the time, in my opinion, you're setting them up for failure, because that's just not reality. Things don't always go good 100% of the time. Of course, it depends, you know, on the situation, but like, I don't know, my family just didn't understand that. They just like, everything's like, just think positively. And that's just not reality. You know, that's just not reality. I'm sorry. And I'm not going to live in that just because you people want to ignore reality all the time. Because that's exactly what they did. You know, they ignored a lot of reality a lot of the time. I would say 99% of the time. I mean, I remember having a conversation on a holiday one time about a situation that happened. I told you guys, you know, not in such great depth, but between two family members of mine, a male older family member and a female younger family member. I'm sure you guys could read between the lines here. And I'm trying to explain the reality of the situation is that it doesn't matter what the younger female family member did, right? Because the older adult male family member should fucking know better. He's the adult in this situation. Okay? So it doesn't matter whatever the fuck you think that the younger person did, who's a minor by law. It doesn't matter what that person did that in your head to entice the situation. The older male responsible or should be responsible adult is the one who's fucking wrong every single time in the situation. My one aunt did not want to hear it. So she put her fucking hands over her ears like a little kid, okay? Stuck her fingers in her ears and went, la, 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 while I was talking. While I was talking to her. And it wasn't just me. It was me and a couple of other family members that were having this conversation. And she didn't want to hear it. So she stuck her fucking fingers in her ear like a fucking child and started doing that. La, 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 la. She didn't want to hear us. And I'm like, dude, that's just reality. Like, what the fuck, man? If it was your daughter, you wouldn't be sticking your fingers in your ears and saying la, 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 la. I could fucking guarantee that. Well, it was her daughter too, but whatever. I won't get into that. So it's called toxic positivity. It's a real thing. It's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. My mom would get upset with her sister, the one that donated the kidney, because she would go, we were fighting, you know, we were having a whole situation with my brother and his wife, okay? She would go on my brother's wife's Facebook page and write these fucking over the top, like, comments to her. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, how wonderful. And I'm like, my mom finally had to ask one day, her and this other cousin who's not even, whatever, in the family, would do the same thing. My mom finally got upset and said something one day. And she's like, well, I don't want her to think that we come from a bad family. My mom's like, first of all, it's not your fucking job to do that for my son's wife or girlfriend at the time. You know, like, why is it your job? Are you the family spokesperson or something? Like, it's not your job to worry about my kid's significant other and whether, and then the image of the family. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do you fucking even care is the question. She didn't. Do you think she went and commented on my husband's page? Nope. My husband never caused no problems with anybody in my family. You know, she did it to piss my mom off and to spite me. But it was like this fake, like you said, just toxic positivity that just, it doesn't even make sense, you know? And you could only be around that so much until it's like, all right, dude, enough with your bullshit. And guess what? She's still doing it to this day. She's still doing it to this day. Because that's just who she is at her core. You know? That's who she is. She wants to project this image. It all comes back down to the image. You know? She wants to present this image of perfection. This fucking squirrel. Get off there. Don't eat my bird seed. You know, she wants to portray herself as this perfect ray of sunshine in everybody's light. But behind the scenes, the way she fucking talks to people in reality, who she supposedly loves, yeah, two different people. Two different people entirely. Somebody wrote on my comment section yesterday, and I thought this was really funny, right? It was this account called Truth Teller, which is very obviously one of Laura's people, or Laura maybe herself, or Tiffany, or one of them. Because I don't see them anywhere else in the community except for on my page when I'm talking or when I criticize Laura, right? So they came over and these people leave the dumbest comments. They're like, you know, I felt really bad for you when I watched your grief series, you know, but you've become obsessed with Laura. And, you know, I'm not even a fan of Laura. Sure, you're not. You know, they always have to put that in there. Why do you even have to put that in there? You know, but I started following her when you guys fell out, and, you know, now it's just excessive and you're obsessed. And I'm like, okay. So I wrote back to the person. I'm like, first of all, look at the amount of time between the last video on this channel about her, my other channel, and this one. It's like a month, right? And then like look before that, it's like 4 or 5 months. Like you act like I spend every night and fucking day of my life, every waking moment of my life talking about this woman and thinking about her. You do realize that I probably go live once a week, if even, for a few hours. You know, there's like how many fucking hours in a day? 24. So that the whole rest of my day is not thinking about her. And then you got the whole rest of the week, weekends that I don't go live or don't talk about it. Like, okay, but you're right. There's 1 or 2 videos a month. You're right. I'm obsessed. That's the definition of obsession. But I'm like, you must have missed the point here. First off, both videos, my last video and this video, I made them because she specifically said my name in her videos. So I addressed her and corrected what she said about me, because why should she get to lie about me and me not be able to defend myself, right? But the other thing was, the other part of her comment that I just like, I didn't put my story out there about my family for people to feel bad for me, dude. Like, if that's what you got out of it, well, I'm sorry to hear that, because that's not why I put it out. I don't need anybody to feel bad for me. So, you know, it's great that you feel that way, but that's not my, and never was my intention, was to get people to feel bad for me. I don't think anybody should feel bad for me. I think you should, in a sense, feel bad that my mom passed away. Sure. I mean, you should. Anybody should. But be happy for me that I got myself out of a toxic situation that I was in. You know, like at the end of the day, that's the moral of this story. And I hope that came through, is that you don't have to stay in a toxic situation with people just because you share blood with them. You know, that's the moral of the story at the end of the day. That's why I shared it. Part of why I shared it. There's many reasons I shared it, but you know, like, that's the message that I wanted to get through to people, was that you don't have to stay in a situation with toxic people just because you're related to them. You know, that's just not, it shouldn't be, and you shouldn't have to. And look at me. I survived. I really thought I wasn't able to live without my family, but look, here I am 5 years later, and I'm fine. I'm fine. In fact, I'm happier than I was, to be quite honest with you. Much happier than I was years ago. So, you know, I'll always miss my mom. In that aspect, I'm not happier. But as far as my relationships with my family and everything like that goes, I'm in a much better place, you know? So there's no reason to feel bad for me. I don't know why you have to put that out there anyway, because I didn't come here looking for your pity. But thank you. Um, but the other thing is, I said, did you not realize the fucking trend on my channel is that I like to pretty much expose shitty people? Like, did you not realize that trend? Because if you did watch my series, right, then you would know that part of it is me exposing shitty behavior of shitty people, right? So what about me talking about Laura surprises you? Like, why are you surprised that I'm doing exactly what I've done since I've pretty much started my channel? What the fuck surprises you about this? That I would be talking about somebody's shitty behavior? Like, I don't get it. Thank you, Hummingbird. I mean, I'm like, that's my pattern, dude. Like, that's my normal thing here. That's what I've been doing. You know, I feel like and it's not about exposing shitty behavior. It's about making other people aware of toxic behavior, because a lot of people don't recognize it and don't understand it and don't know about it. And I've been doing that since I made my series. You know, here's things. If you guys actually see, if the person actually watched my series, then they would know that, because throughout my series, oftentimes I would start the video off, you know, trying to like educate people on how narcissists behave, or I would share a quote from a book or a meme that I found, you know, from a psychologist or something, to try to help educate people of what the signs are, so that people understand, holy shit, if somebody that I care about or I love is doing this and makes me feel uncomfortable, this is what it is. Here's an explanation for it, you know? And now I understand it a little bit better. And now I know that I don't have to fucking put up with it. And now I know that I'm being gaslit. Oh shit, that's what gaslighting is? I didn't know that. I didn't fucking know that. I thought I was crazy. And that's what I thought too when I was being gaslit by my family. I thought I was the fucking crazy one. Am I crazy? Yeah, but not in that way. You know, like I know that the thoughts and the feelings I was having were not crazy, but they tried to make me feel like I was crazy for having those thoughts and feelings. So people might not be aware of that. So if I could help people understand that, well, then that's what I'm going to do. Same reason I talk about Laura, because all these fucking people that got hurt by her, that are giving her money on a regular basis, draining their fucking bank accounts out because they believe her bullshit story. I'm just trying to help people, you know? This person's not what you think she is. She's fooling you, you know? And if I could save somebody from being fooled and not going broke because they think they're helping out this struggling single mother, you know, maybe then I could help them. Or maybe I could just help you understand that some of the shit she says and does isn't normal, you know? Like accusing people of using drugs when you have absolutely no fucking proof, except for you think you saw something that you didn't see. I mean, looks could be deceiving, right? We all know that. I mean, it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. It happens a lot. It happens to celebrities. They get caught, pictures. Oh my God, is Rihanna using cocaine? Is this one using cocaine? It happens. But like, why do you want to be the person that puts that shit out there? Why? Why do you want your fucking name attached to that? Because God forbid something does happen to those children. And I had to especially point out the part at the end where Laura's like, I don't care if you do drugs in front of your kids. That's not my problem. That's not my problem. I don't care if you're snorting cocaine or pills in front of your children when they're in your care. You know, what I care about is, don't talk about Summerwell's case and get high at the same time. Meanwhile, This bitch is on Adderall 99% of the time. Tiffany's fucking high as fuck off of weed. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with that AB guy. Like, and I don't give a fuck. I know people are like, weed isn't a drug. It's not, right? It's not the same as coke and shit, but if it alters your perception and alters your mind, then it's a drug. Okay? It fucks your thinking up, then it's a drug. Because trust me, when I used to fucking smoke tons of weed, I used to get some fucking crazy thoughts and shit, you know? I mean, not like bad thoughts, but I'm saying, like, you know, my brain would go a little too far sometimes with things, you know? I mean, I would think my fucking arms were detached from my body and shit. Like, I'm going to have a heart attack. Like, you get these, like, intrusive thoughts and you can't help it. And that's from the drug, dude. That's from the weed. So, if people don't want to fucking admit it, the weed does affect your brain. I mean, whether you want to fucking admit it or not, it does. And I know there's people out there, they're like, it's my medicine. And it may very well be, but it's still fucking with your brain, dude. It's a psycho fucking, psychoactive drug, dude. It does fuck with your thoughts and shit. And I don't give a fuck who you are. You're lying if you say it doesn't, because it does. And this is coming from many years and years and years and years and years of me smoking weed myself. I have plenty of experience with it to know that it does fuck with your head. So you're going to sit there calling other people out for doing things when the three main people that you quote unquote respect in the community are fucking high all the time when they're talking about Summer Wells. Make it make sense. Make it fucking make sense for me, please. Ramp cars on first dates? What does that mean? I don't smoke pot for that very reason. I get paranoid as fuck. I do too. I mean, dude, Tiffany's paranoia is on another fucking level. And I guarantee you a lot of it is because of her mental fucking issues. But the other part is definitely from the weed. Because it does make you paranoid. I don't give a fuck who you are. It it is known. It has been scientifically studied. If you look up the effects of weed, the side effects of smoking weed, one of the top ones is always paranoia. That's always one of the top ones. So, you know, people like deny it, but it's the truth. I mean, let's just call a spade here. That's like saying, oh, I don't get drunk off of alcohol. You know, it doesn't fuck me up. It doesn't affect my mind. Of course it does. Of course it does. So, you know, for her to sit there calling out somebody when she doesn't even know what the fuck they're doing or if they're even doing anything and being like, well, don't get high and talk about Summer Wells. And then you're okay with people getting high with their children in the house. I'm sorry. I had to say something. Because that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Increase his heart rate. Declare FGL baby sick today. The hardest thing to do is ask for help. And these people minimizing it, not helping that little girl. What happened, Social Fade? Are you talking about where I don't even know if this is true, so I hate talking about. Hey, Destiny, you have a good day too. Are you talking about? I heard on several clip channels that I guess people were saying that Candace was threatening to commit suicide or something, and then they were like calling, like I don't know what the result is, because again, I don't really watch any of these people, but is it pertaining to that? Yay, my gel's here. I was so excited today. I went on Instagram, and this girl that I follow, she does nails on YouTube, and she has like a pretty big following, like over 100,000, 300,000. I don't know. She's pretty big. She liked one of my pictures. I was like, oh my God. Like, so excited. One of my nail pictures. It was a click grab. Oh, so it wasn't even fucking true? Wow. It wasn't even true. People just made it up and then called the fucking dude. I feel so bad for that police department, for the TBI, for any of the authorities involved in this situation because um they've just been getting fucking harassed by these fucking morons and idiots on YouTube calling for a variety of reasons that they just don't need to. Like, they don't need that. They don't need to be getting all these stupid calls from these idiots on YouTube. It's embarrassing, honestly. It is. Like, calling all these, like, I wonder how many ridiculous bullshit calls the county, the sheriff's county or whatever the department got there in that area. Not according to Grandis. Wow. Dude, they gotta leave this woman alone already. It's fucking unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's wow. Just wow. Candace didn't text people. I guess not. That's terrible. That's terrible. God. This woman she'll never stop harassing people. It's in her blood. It's in her DNA to harass people. Actively harass them. I mean, these people go live every fucking day, dude. Every day for like multiple hours a day. Like their whole entire existence revolves around YouTube. And that's so fucking sad. It's exactly what it is. It's embarrassing for credible creators like Gray, Annie, etc. Yeah. Oh, dude, the glare, man. What? I seen that. I seen that post that she made the other day that her and her husband had a guy pull a fucking gun on them, and then I went to watch her live. Her last video, well, not her live. It was her last video that she posted, and I was like, dude, she's not right. Like, I think she needs a break. You know, I could see it in her, like, she's fucked up, dude. She's not right from that. You could just see it in her whole demeanor, and then sitting there covering these really heavy topics that she does, she's gonna like send herself over the edge. Cause I'm sure that shit was scary. I don't understand either, Pugwash, and like I feel like I don't watch it, so I don't want to lend it any like don't watch it because that's the problem. The more people watch it, the more these people are just going to keep going, and the more these people are going to be harassed, and the police departments are going to be called. Like, I just don't. I don't think at this point, if there's no new news on it, I don't think anybody should be even paying it any mind. They're not going to fucking solve the crime from speculating on the internet. That's not that has solved zero crimes in this fucking world. Like, I'm not saying there hasn't been the rare cases that people on the internet have helped out, but it's few and far between. More often than not, that's not how it works. These people are just fucking delusional, thinking that they're gonna solve this case from their fucking house in Wyoming or fucking Rhode Island or Pennsylvania or wherever the fuck they live. That's sick. Really sick. Leave these fucking people alone and stop calling the goddamn police department. I swear to God, every time I see a clip, I just saw one before I hit the live button today of fucking Molly Golightly going on Dolly's panel, and he's like, "Did you call the sheriff's department?" That's all I hear when that guy talks. "You call the sheriff's department?" And she's like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Okay." So what does he do? He gets the number from her. So why? So he could call too. If she already said that she called about this whole thing with Candace, why do you need to fucking call? I don't understand. Like, if she had already reported it, this bullshit, why do you need to now call too? I don't, like, why? To tie up their phone lines? I don't get it. I just don't get it. I feel like my cat's behind because I see the glare stain right while chain smoking blunts. And I talked about that a while ago. But yeah, while chain smoking blunts. And I got nothing against weed, dude. I'm not against it. But you can't be calling people out and being like, oh my God, you can't go, you can't discuss the Summer Wells case and, you know, smoke, be high when your fucking buddy there is blown out of her fucking mind always. Like 24 hours a day. Doesn't make any sense. Especially coming from Laura, because Laura, like, really is the fucking against weed, dude. Like, she thinks, like, weed is the devil's lettuce. So, it's really funny coming from her. That is why I feel YouTube needs a database to hold people accountable. I'm sorry it's an unpopular opinion, but if people act sensible, they would never have to be looked up. Oh, look. Elon Musk is here. What cat? I don't have a cat. That cat? Shouldn't you be moderating Twitter right now or something? Probably Capone. I imagine. You could leave Elon here until he starts being a dick. If he is a dick, I don't know. Go give this kid more response. I'm sorry, but I don't find that guy attractive, like, even in the slightest sense. I'm sure that's not why Amber Heard was with him at the end of the day, you know, but the best was fucking Johnny Depp. I think I listened to that about 5 times. I think my 2 favorite moments from the trial. Oh, this is so pretty. I wish I got this like 2 days ago. Sorry, I'm opening up. I just ordered a new nail gel from my favorite nail YouTuber. She actually, because I'm not like into like fucking YouTuber products, like influencer products, but I ordered hers because I really like her channel, and I actually really love her products that she sells. Like they're good. So I support her. So anyway, yeah, the best thing was, all right, my favorite 2 moments, I think, was fucking Johnny Depp's text about Elon. What does he call a mollusk? Mollusk's crooked dick. He's like, I'll show him something he's never seen before, the other side of his dick. Like, oh my God, his texts are the best. I'm sorry. Like, people are like, oh my God. But I like, dude, he's talking. Everybody has a friend like that talks like that you know he's not serious. I mean, really, you really think he's going to slice off somebody's dick? No, of course not. He's not going to risk his life to do that. But holy shit, was that funny. I'm sorry. I fucking had to read that like 100 times. It was fucking hilarious. And then that, and my second favorite moment that I probably watched 100 times was when that doctor came on who looked like a fucking mad scientist. Like, he looked like a crossbreed between like fucking Doc from fucking Back to the Future and fucking, I don't know, some cartoon character. I can't think off the top of my head. But like a fucking, what's his name from The Simpsons? What's the boss's name? Oh. Anyway, his face, that fucking weird thing that he did with his mouth and his tongue. And I don't know, that's not even like the funny part. I think the funniest part was Johnny Depp's attorney. His reaction, his head like turned like to Johnny Depp, like, what the fuck? Like, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Like, are you seeing this? Yo, this guy is just blatantly letting his dog piss on my mailbox. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for letting your dog piss on my mailbox. He just waves back to me. So yeah, was that this guy just totally let his dog piss on my mailbox, and then I'm like, thank you, and he waves back to me and smiles. Oh jeez. Anyway, so it was that, I mean, I think that was a great moment right there. Is this woman following the Mel lady around? I just noticed. I saw her walking down the block with a, like, looks like she's following the Mel lady. It's fucking weird. Anyway, so a lot of activity in my neighborhood right now. It's 1 o'clock, I guess. So that moment though, when his attorney's head and like Johnny Depp's face where he just like, I don't know, leans forward to look at him like, what the fuck just happened? It's just their reactions to me were the really funny part of that whole situation. He just made the weirdest fucking face. He's like rubbing his chin, sticks his tongue out. I don't know what the fuck he was doing, that guy. I kind of felt bad for the guy, but he was a dick too. He was like so snarky and like such a dick to Johnny Depp's lawyer for like no reason. The guy's just like asking, pretty, I don't know. I feel like his attorneys, when they cross-examine people, they weren't as like aggressive. Like her attorneys were fucking assholes, especially the fucking Ben, what's his name? Rottenborn. And the woman, I don't know. You know what? I can't pick. They were both fucking assholes. Elaine's an idiot. I mean, I don't even know how that lady passed the bar exam because her head, I think it's time for her to retire. Her head's up her ass. And I do, in a sense, and I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, I hate their attorney because they represent Amber. I understand that they're doing a job. Her attorneys like her very much because I do feel like they kind of, I know attorneys shouldn't do this and probably don't do this, but it just kind of almost seems that way because she's such an asshole that like they almost like threw the case a little bit. Like they're not working as hard as they probably should be because she's such a piece of shit. And they really, it's almost like Jodi Arias' attorneys. Like they had nothing to fucking work with, dude. So they had to just perpetuate her fucking lies. It's embarrassing to them, but somebody's got to do it. But like, oh, it's in? No. Ah, hold on a second. Should we stream it? I got to get on my laptop. Hold on. Fuck shit. Hold on. Where's my charger? Hold on. I have to get on my laptop. Hold on. There it is. Oh, give me a second. If you leave, it's all right. I will forgive you. Hold on. What is this? Star comment? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. All right. Sorry. ADHD. I get distracted by stupid things. Here's my laptop. Hold on. I'm firing it up. I knew it was going to come in today. I knew it. I said it to Hummingbird this morning. I'm like, we're definitely getting a verdict today. Why is my laptop not turning on? Come on, you piece of shit. You fucking $2,000 piece of shit. All right, it's going on. Oh, they're going to announce it at 3? Okay. So there's no need to rush. We're good. All right. I probably won't be on here at 3, so. Oh, God, wow. Listen, I don't care. This isn't like the fucking OJ trial where it's like, I don't know. I don't feel as excited about the outcome of this, I guess, or I don't feel like there's as much importance on it as I guess maybe some people are putting on it just because of the fact that like, I think he won already. I really do. I said it before, but I'm just saying it again. I do feel like he won. He proved to the public that he was not the person. And I personally feel like he's a humble guy and he don't need any more money. And I don't think it's about the money for him. So if he doesn't win, I'm not going to feel all that bad, because I do think that the battle he was looking to win, he already won. I'm not saying he's a saint. The guy's fucked up. He's got some issues too, but we all do. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's perfect. I think there's this unfair expectation on celebrities just in general that like they shouldn't be normal people, like they shouldn't have any problems or issues in life, but I think that's one thing we learned during this trial is that, Johnny Depp is just like the rest of us, man. He's just rich, he's got he goes through the same battles and struggles that the rest of us go through. He gets in toxic relationships. He has issues with substances like many people do. He's dealt with depression. You know, there's points in his life where he feels low and doesn't feel good about himself and is unhappy. And like, that's kind of, you know, reassuring to know that, okay, money doesn't necessarily buy you happiness, you know? So I don't feel so bad being broke. You know, this guy has everything in the world, but look what he went through. Look at this situation that he went through. You know, he still somehow ended up attracting this fucking toxic, narcissistic, evil piece of shit as a girlfriend, and went through hell because of it, and is still going through hell. I think she fucking straight up stalks him, which is probably very easy to do, you know, seeing that he's a celebrity and knowing where he is. And don't get me wrong, burnt hot dog, I'm with you, girl. By the way, hi. Haven't seen you in a while. um, I'm with you. I hope it goes his way too. But I personally feel like it already went his way. What I can't wait for, to be quite honest with you, is to see if there's going to be any like follow up, you know, once this is settled. You know, will Johnny write a book? Will Johnny do an interview somewhere? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going to be the follow up of this? I just don't see Amber stopping. You know, I see Johnny wanting to put this shit behind him and really make a sincere effort to move on with his life, you know, and better himself after this. I see him actually learning a lesson from this. I see him, honestly, I do. Her, I don't, because she's still, much like people around here like Laura, there's no accountability there, dude. And I think that's why she's so fucking hated. This goes back to what I was talking about before. Accountability is a huge fucking thing for people. You know, it's a huge thing for people. Just taking accountability for your actions. She completely failed to do that in this whole entire situation. I mean, just no accountability. Anytime she kind of maybe took a little bit of accountability, it was always for her benefit. Or there was always an excuse. You know, I did this because of this. I hit her head. I hit him because he did this. You know, he was going to push my sister down the stairs. So, you know, so there's always a reason for her actions, you know. But for him, he just flew off the fucking handle for no reason, according to her, all the time, you know, which is just doesn't fit with his personality from what we could see. You know, it doesn't seem to fit with the Johnny that was presented at the trial, with the Johnny who had friends of 4 decades that showed up for him, you know, and the people that worked for him. Her description of him, people that are like that, okay? I remember I watched this case a while back. This assistant, I forget who the lady was. She was, I believe she was like some record executive or something like that. And she was murdered by her assistant. Okay. It was a crazy story, but she was a horrible person, this woman. She was very mean to people. She was mean to her assistants. You know, she flew off the handle. She went off on assistants, and her daughters, you know, she didn't talk to, and she had problems with everybody in their lives. That's the thing where it doesn't add up. Okay. Because people who are like that, who treat other people like shit and are abusive, they're not just abusive to one person. Their abuse comes out all over the place. They're abusive to everybody that they come across at some point in time, whether it's a friend, a family member, even strangers, you know, coworkers. And there's been several people that have come out that worked with Amber at some point in time and said that she had a major cocaine addiction. Um, there's this podcast, I forget the name of it now. Jason or is it Steven? Shit, I forgot the guy's name. But he did a movie with Amber back in the day. And this was long before she even met Johnny Depp. And she was kind of known for her cocaine addiction, right? Then there was another person that recently came forward and said the same thing, and neither one of these people know each other, so they kind of verified that she had a cocaine addiction. But like, think of all the other people that she's had issues with, right? She hit her friend Rocky Pennington for no reason, attacked her. Several people said she was rude, to them. She talked down to Johnny's bodyguard, basically one time and told him, like, was basically trying to tell him that his job is bullshit, So it's been proven on her side, at least, that she's abusive to everybody in every aspect of her life. Her sister and her weren't talking for periods of time. And she's had a lot of issues with people. She had that issue with her ex at the airport. So it's been more than proven that she's the one with the toxic behavior. But as far as Johnny went, I don't see it. Everybody's had nothing but nice things to say about him. And look at all the people that showed up for him in the courtroom. I mean, his ex-girlfriend, uh, his bodyguards, even people that don't work with him anymore, that have severed their relationship with him work-wise, still showed up for him, to tell the truth. She can't say the same. The only person that showed up for her in her whole entire life was her sister, who unfortunately has no choice but to deal with Amber, because she probably has that same mentality that many people have, that, oh, she's family, so I just got to put up with her toxic behavior. Really? I had no idea what the fuck it meant. I gotta admit, this just goes to show how New York I am, right? What the fuck breaking horses meant. I was like, is that like Breaking Bad? Like, what the fuck? How do you break a horse? I didn't know. I had no fucking idea what that was. I had to find out on the internet what that meant. I'm like, breaking horses? That sounds fucking illegal. But yeah. So it doesn't surprise me, though, that if you could break horses, you probably would be into dog fighting and shit. Ugh. I don't believe any of her fucking stories. I was watching. Oh, I should go on my laptop. I wanted to show you guys this. Hold on. Let me get on my laptop real quick. I want to show you guys this. I don't know if a lot of people have seen it. If you have, tell me, Leanna, go fuck yourself. But I thought this was a very, 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 very telling video of Amber. Okay. Because I have to admit, I didn't look into a lot of this. I didn't look into a lot of the evidence and details and shit like that outside of the court case, what was being shown. Because I like to pretend I'm a juror. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I never really looked into it, but it happened to show up in my thing the other day. And dude, this is like so. I don't know. I don't know if this was shown in the courtroom, because a lot of the time when I was listening to the trial. Wait a second. Hold on a second. How come StreamYard is not recognizing me? Do I have to invite myself? I shouldn't have to. Hold on. Let me try this again. There we go. I want to show you guys this. I've been meaning to. I actually made a playlist because I was like, ooh, next time I go live, I need to show this. All right, I'm gonna get a weird echo for a second. You guys know the drill. So I'm switching over from my phone to my laptop. Pugs, are you all right? All right. All right. How am I still playing? All right. Let me go into YouTube. I want to show you guys this because for me, this is, very telling of her. You'll see. You'll see. I was kind of glad this popped up on my little thing the other day because I don't know if the jury saw it. If anybody knows, let me know because it's pretty interesting. Where's my, hold on a second. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find my playlists. I don't go on here very much. Here we go. Oh, here it is. All right. Look at me. I'm all prepared and shit like a real YouTuber. I actually saved something. All right. I gotta pull my StreamYard window out because I have I was searching for a font the other day, like many graphic artists do, and I have like a million windows open for fonts. All right. Just get rid of this and let's take a look at this. I just gotta open it up, do a little window sharing here. Hold on a second. It's a very quick video. It's less than a minute. But I think it's so telling from he's okay. All right. I'm glad to hear that, Pugs. I think it's very, very telling for the I'm gonna make this full screen. And sorry, CK, I gotta take your comment off. All right. So, all right. So this is the video now. I know this was discussed, okay, in closing arguments where her attorneys they had that guy from TMZ come down, and the guy from TMZ basically testified that they were tipped off, and he went through the whole thing without actually saying that Amber is the one who sent the video, without outright saying it. He basically said that she was the one who sent the video, or that it had to have come from her because, he went through the way that they verify sources and all this other stuff. So she went down. This is now the footage. Okay. This is it's X17 online. I don't know if they're affiliated with TMZ, but this is the footage of her coming out of the courthouse, I believe from the restraining order with Johnny that she put on Johnny. Now, here's the thing. Okay. And I hope the jury's smart enough to pick this up. I'm sure they are. But a restraining order, so it's not like let's just say it was her divorce case, right? You could go online, the paparazzi or whoever does these things, right, could go online. They could look up the docket number or look at the court schedule, and they could say, okay, well, Amber Heard has a court appearance on, this date, because it's public record, right? Anything that happens in a courtroom, well, most things that happen in a courtroom, unless it's like family court or whatever, but any criminal or anything like that has usually at least shows up on the calendar, So they could find out, okay, she's going to be at the court and we'll be there. But when you're just going to file a restraining order, the paparazzi's not hanging around at the court building in this county. They have to be tipped off, because how would they know that she was going to go file a restraining order? They'd have to be psychic. Now, most abuse victims, okay, I watch a lot of videos about abuse and, narcissistic abuse and all different types of, what do you call it? Emotional abuse and stuff like that, because it's a topic that interests me due to the fact that I myself have been through it, but also, my whole family situation and shit like that. So I personally feel like a real victim of emotional abuse. There's a lot of shame involved with abuse, right? It's very hard to admit that you're in an abusive situation. So the last thing you would do is what goes on right here. And that's just my personal opinion. So, but anyway, they wouldn't know that she was going to be going down there to file a restraining order because there's no existing case. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's just going down there to file a restraining order, thusly opening a case. So how would people know that was going to happen? The paparazzi, like the man testified to, they don't just hang around at the court building like this. So I want you guys to watch her as she comes out of this courthouse. Just watch the body language and everything. Oop, hold on. Is the sound on? All right. Not that the sound's important, but let's just get the full effect here. I'm going to go back. All right.
Hey, Amber.
Amber, did Johnny give you that bruise on your face?
Amber,
did Johnny beat you up?
Are you doing okay?
Stop. I'm just going to pause this because I heard they've been striking a lot of people. But you guys just see that little movement that she did right there? Hold on. Let's go back. Oh, I went back to the beginning. All right. Watch. First of all, watch her as she comes out. She's dressed up. Okay. Look at her outfit. Now, if you've seen other paparazzi photos of her just basically casually walking around, she's usually dressed very casually. Jeans, a tank top that's kind of loose fitting. This is not her normal dress. Who the fuck gets dressed up in a black dress like they're going to a funeral to go to court and file a restraining order? That's so fucking weird just in and of itself. But watch the way she comes walking out of the court and watch where she looks. I don't know how good you guys could see it. I wish I could make it full screen, but I don't know how to.
Hey, Amber.
Amber, did Johnny give you that bruise on your face?
So she kind of, now watch this. This is the part that just says everything to me. Watch her head and her movements.
Amber,
Did Johnny beat you up?
Are you doing okay? Stop.
What the fuck is that? Like, she does this weird thing. Like, she knows the camera was going to be there, and you could actually, I know it's hard to see for you guys, especially those of you who are on a phone. But if you watch her coming out of the court building, you could actually see her eyes looking for the fucking cameras. You could actually see her. Now, most people, like I said, who would be in an abuse situation and have this huge bruise on their face, okay, got beat up, supposedly, would be, I think, and I could be wrong, but I would think that they would be hiding their head in shame. I've seen millions of these videos of these fucking celebrities in various positions coming out of courthouses and airports and being questioned by the paparazzi about things that, you know, aren't so favorable to them. And most of the time they'll hide their head, they'll be wearing sunglasses, they'll be looking the other way, you know, they'll have people around them trying to shield them from the paparazzi. But she just fucking walks right out with this bruise on her face, no sunglasses, she's not hiding her hair over her face, nothing, you know, in a dress, and just comes out looking around like, who, where am I? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is so obviously staged, I guess is what I'm getting at. And then she does this fucking weird movement with her head, which I'm going to play again because I think it's so fucking weird. Just watch what she does here. She looks at the camera. I know if you are on a phone, you probably can't see her eyes all that well, but just, I'm telling you what's happening. She looks directly at the camera and then catches herself that she looked at the camera. And then so she starts like looking, she does that like uncomfortable thing. Like, you know, when you're talking shit about somebody and then the person walks in the room and you're like, oh, whoa, you know, and you start looking all over the place and scrambling to like find something, or, you know what I'm saying? Like when you get caught doing something that you shouldn't be doing, that's what she does right here.
Amber, did Johnny beat you up?
She looks at the camera, looks at it again, and then she's like,
Johnny brutalize you?
Looking all over the place. Like, what are you looking for? What the fuck? I have to say, this girl has the weirdest fucking body language, and it seriously reminds me of my brother's wife. I hate to keep bringing her up, but she is, dude, I've tried to explain this to people before, and unless you've like met her, it's very hard to understand. She's very socially awkward. Like, she does these same kind of thing that when you see Amber sitting in the courtroom and her eyes are kind of fluttering and darting all over the place. My brother's wife does this really fucking weird thing. I can't, it's so fucking weird. When she's talking to you, she does not make eye contact, which is one of the first things that I personally look for in people when I meet them, because I feel like if you can't make eye contact, like there's something up. Like, don't get me wrong. There's some people who like make too much eye contact where it's almost creepy. But I feel like when you're talking to somebody, especially upon first meeting them, there should be some type of eye contact there just to establish that human to human, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, there should just be some eye contact there. This girl does not fucking, and has never looked in my eyes, or anybody's for that matter. When you talk to her, she does this weird fucking thing where her eyes roll into the back of her head and then she blinks, like rapid fire blinks. I call it fluttering because I don't really know any other way to explain it. And her eyes just flutter while the whole time she's talking to you, she's doing this. It's really fucking weird. It looks like she's like possessed. Like, her eyes roll back, and then just picture somebody with their eyes rolled back into their head and their eyes are just blinking rapid fire, like fluttering, like just blinking while she's talking to you. And she does it like the whole time that she's talking to you. She doesn't look in your eyes. It's really weird. The whole time you talk to her, her eyes are like somewhere else. They're like either rolled in the back of her head, or she's like darting her eyes all over. Like, she just can't look at people when she talks. And I just find that to me, it's like a sign of somebody who's very dishonest. They just can't make eye contact. Like, eyes are the windows to the soul. Amber does the same shit. Her eyes are constantly fluttering when she's talking. Her head's moving. She can't, while she was trying to like look at the jury, if you watch her even while she's testifying, she's not honed in on one jury member. She kind of scans all of them until she could find one that's like looking back at her, and then she'll kind of maintain the contact with them for a second, but then as soon as she's done talking, her head's moving and her eyes are moving all over the place. Like, she just looks to me very uncomfortable, you know, like she's not even comfortable in her own skin. It's bizarre. But this is probably one of the better examples of it, because I just don't know why she's looking at her.
Did Johnny beat you up?
Like, look at her.
Did Johnny brutalize you?
And she doesn't answer the question. And she's probably upset because the camera's on the wrong side of her. The bruise that you can see when she first comes out is actually on the other side.
Amber?
Well, this camera's on the wrong side of her. I can't speak for her. There's another camera on that side.
Are you okay, Amber?
But this does not look like a person who seriously, you know, is ashamed or embarrassed, like the way she explains it. Because, you know, in her closing testimony, she explained that, you know, I have a special set of rules for my friends and the doctors and this person and that person, you know, about the way I have to be treated. I have PTSD. This is not a person who has PTSD. Okay. Walking out, bruise blaring out, walking out of the courthouse, all dressed up, walking in front of her bodyguard or attorney or whoever that is with her. I'm not really 100% sure. Her representative, her manager, whoever the fuck it is, her publicist. That's not a person to me who looks like they've been abused. Just nothing about her body language suggests it. Nothing about the way she's acting, her clothing, nothing, just nothing. I mean, it's so phony. It's so phony looking. It's disgusting. She's gross. She's absolutely fucking gross.
You look upset.
In fact, guys,
How you doing?
you're going the wrong way.
I mean, how hard is it to fake that resting bitch face for her? And she's really taking her time getting into that car, huh?
Amber, are you going to the doctor?
Notice how she walked around like the car, the side with the bruises on.
Are you going to the hospital, Amber?
There's her bruise, her fake bruise with no swelling.
Amber, what do you...
She's not even trying to cover it. She's not even, dude, there's not a fucking victim in the world, okay, who would want to walk out like that with their face all fucked up and have all these people taking pictures of them. I don't give a fuck what you say. No, that just does not happen.
What do you have to say to Johnny?
No, absolutely not. The eye flutter thing has a name. Behavior experts call it something. Yeah, I actually saw a video about it the other day where they were talking about the eye flutter thing, because it's not normal. It's not fucking normal. And I was like, holy shit. Well, now it makes sense because I know somebody who does that, and it's fucking weird. This was the other video I had saved in here. This was about the bruise kit that she talked about.
Bruise kit. Not a bruise kit. It's a theater
Johnny's
makeup
face.
kit, a color correction kit. But I called it my bruise kit.
It's a theater kit, a color correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit. Who the fuck carries around, like, really? Who carries around a palette that they refer to as a bruise kit besides makeup artists who make bruises? Who would refer to it? I would call it my concealer palette, my color correction palette. I would not call it a bruise kit, because technically, if that's what you're referring to, it's not necessarily meant to cover bruises. It's meant to correct discoloration, which could be any type of discoloration in your face. It could be redness. It could be purple, you know, under eyes, just because some people have that, you know, they have darker under eyes. So a bruise kit, to call it a bruise kit, no, she fucked up there.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about as a color.
Camille's face is the best. Look at her face when
Not a
she
bruise
says
kit.
that.
It's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit. But I called it my bruise kit.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Camille's face. She looks like a little kid who just got away with something in class.
This is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry with me.
Why is it obvious that that's not the one she used to carry? Like, why? What's not obvious? Because you're rich, and God forbid, like you used Milani makeup. No, bitch, you were watching the news, okay, and or TikTok, or somebody informed you that oops, that palette didn't exist back when you said you were carrying it around. So obviously, that's why she put that in there. So she basically just revealed that she was watching the news or social media, which she shouldn't have been doing because she was still subject to recall as a witness.
All the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue. And sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more.
She's a makeup expert now.
And if you want to cover up a bruise.
Okay, so now this is a person on TikTok that's just showing what she's saying.
You obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that.
It's not how it works.
I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit. But I'm a character.
Yeah, no. That's not how you do it, boo-boo.
Makeup artist. I change my face to look like other people, other characters in movies and TV shows. At the beginning of Amber's testimony, she says that she went to school for hair and makeup.
I worked at a modeling agency that was also, offered.
I would love to see her like real resume because I don't believe any of this. Her makeup is terrible.
Photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment.
Exactly, Sarah. It should be corrector than foundation.
Pictures. So here's literally my first step face on the side. First step.
Wow, that looks exactly what Amber's face looks like, because like she has a pretty thin face, especially in these pictures. And with that thin of a face, if you got fucking hit in the face, like I told you guys earlier, my son, I don't know what the fuck he did to himself a couple months ago, hit himself with something in his room. His eye literally fucking balled up like within seconds. By the time he came from upstairs in his room from when it happened till he came down running downstairs to show us, I mean, his eye already had a fucking knot on it. So with somebody's face that skinny, there would be a lot of swelling for a bruise that's allegedly that size, which is almost impossible to even see. To be quite honest with you, this picture looks like somebody with rosacea.
Let's do some of those black eyes and that busted lip.
There you go. Look, she did like pretty much the exact. In fact, the girl, the makeup artist on the right, her shit looks actually more believable than Amber's does. Amber's looks like she had lip injections on her lips because her top lip, if you see older pictures of her, it's non-existent. I don't know if you ever seen her sister. I mean, her sister literally does not even have lips at all. Like there's no, like, I don't know where, if she put lipstick on, I don't know where she would put it because she doesn't even have a lip on the top. But Amber's lip in this picture definitely has some lip injections in it, because if you see older pictures of her, she kind of looks like her sister where she doesn't even have a top lip. Yeah.
Just like that, I'm fine.
Like a bruise kit.
This girl's is the best.
Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup.
Queen, did you mean this theater makeup bruise kit? It's literally called Bruise and Abrasions. It's for theater, and it's meant to make bruises, sweet girl. You mean this one? It's meant to make fake bruises? Is that what you meant? Give me 1 second. I'll show you what I mean. See?
That's a pretty good one. She did a good job on that.
Bruise kit. Bruise kit, Queen. This one?
Like, this is like some girl sitting in her fucking college dorm, okay, who has enough sense to know that this bitch is lying about these bruises.
Or you make the bruises? Oh, this one? Theatrical bruise kit? You knew exactly what you were saying, honey. You weren't covering up anything. You were making something. We all know. We all know.
You said, like,
Oh, it's so true. So fucking true. People said that in that picture with Johnny Depp passed out on the couch with the ice cream. Now, all right, dude, the guy could have nodded out from drugs, but he was also working fucking like 19-hour days at that point in time filming a movie. So, could have been tired too. But yeah, she definitely had injections. There's no question. Yeah, her sister got with Sarah. I don't mean to be like mean, and go after people's looks, but I will say that Amber definitely got the looks in that family. Okay. Her sister in the courtroom, there was this video I watched the other day. I wish I could find it again. She literally looks like she fucking belongs on like the fucking Transylvania or fucking, I don't know, Count Chocula box or something. Like, she looks like she crawled out of the fucking grave. She is very, very strange looking, her sister. I don't like the fact that they're even related to one another surprises me because, Amber's pretty. She has nice features. The sister, not so much, especially in the courtroom. Oof, her face is rough, dude. And she's got that, I don't know, she looks like a horse. Like, she's not she's weird looking, the sister. I hate to say that and be ugly, but it's just, that's my opinion. She looks like she looks, what's that movie, Hotel Transylvania? Like, she looks like one of the characters from that, like with the exaggerated long face. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. She's just not, she didn't get the looks in that family. So yeah, I'm sure being Amber's sister just in general isn't easy. And then you got her being an abusive, narcissistic bitch to you too. I mean, you got to kind of feel bad for the girl, in a sense. But yeah, she looks like the crypt keeper. She definitely does. But what do you call it? I just don't believe any of this shit. I forgot where I was going, but I just don't believe it. I don't believe that. Oh, the picture with the ice cream. That's what I was talking about. So people are trying to say that on the table you can see a card for it looks like the Ben Nye bruise kit, and it does. I agree. But it looks like, if you really look at the picture, it looks like a flat card. Like, it doesn't look like an eyeshadow palette. It looks like a photo on a card. And I don't know, it could be an eyeshadow palette, too. Or it could be swatches for something else. I mean, I don't know. Some people are like, yeah, that's the bruise kit. She has it. But she very easily has access. I mean, anybody could order the bruise kit. All you have to do is go on, what is it? Miron? I don't know how you spell it. That's one of the major companies that makes theatrical makeup, or Ben Nye. That's another company that makes theatrical makeup. And you could order it yourself. Anybody could get it. I used to go to the IMAX in the city every year, which is a show that basically is for makeup artists, all sorts of makeup artists, theatrical, whatever. And they sold the Ben Nye kits there. I mean, they're very easy to get. If you have a costume shop around you, which I know in, places like LA, mind you, she lived like basically in the city. Like, when you go to Manhattan, there's this place called Ricky's. I don't know if they still have Ricky's, but Ricky's is an awesome store. I don't know why. I just love it. It's like a mix of like a theatrical makeup shop and then like regular stuff, makeup. I don't know, like a CVS. It's cool. They have cool shit there. But if you go down in the Village, there's old costume shops, or at least there used to be. Really cool ones too, with cool costumes that you don't really see in, like Party City and shit. And you could buy the Ben Nye makeup in there, the theatrical shit. I mean, fuck, you could go to Party City and buy that, So it's not too far off to believe that she somehow had access to this bruise kit. Play this at normal speed. It's Oh, hold on a second, because I have to open YouTube. I can't grab the link because I'm not in my YouTube. Hold on. I wish StreamYard would let you like grab the chat from grab a link out of the chat. Hold on a second. I'm just opening up my YouTube, so if it echoes, hold on, let me mute this. All right. Yeah, she's horrible. She's just a horrible fucking human. I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt at the beginning of the trial, but like as time wore on and the more evidence I saw, like, because I always try to be open-minded with everything that I watch like this, I just couldn't anymore. It was pretty clear that she was lying from the gate. All right, hold on a second. Oh, I think I saw this, Nikki. I think I've seen this before. Is this the thing with Gone Girl? Hold on. I saw this a while ago. Very similar, except Amber's acting is horrible. Where I saw something like this, where somebody was comparing her to Gone Girl. The ultimately legal actions. Take a look at Amber Heard's diagnosis made by her doctor. Well, not her doctor. Borderline toxic narcissist personality disorder, sociopathic. Those aren't her. That's not her diagnosis. Her diagnosis, well, from one doctor was borderline and then histrionic. Additionally, anxiety, eating disorder, ADHD, bipolarity, codependence issues. I don't know about those diagnoses. She is calculating diagnosed borderline personality. She is sociopathic, she is narcissistic, and she is completely emotionally dishonest. I am now convinced that she came into my life to take from me anything worth taking and then destroy what remained of it. Indeed, later in our relationship, when we sought the help of a marriage counselor, the marriage counselor confirmed to me that Miss Heard had a borderline toxic narcissistic personality disorder and is a sociopath. All right, well, this is coming from him, so we would, did the marriage counselor testify? I forget. Miss Heard's projection of emotions is extremely exaggerated. She will always overreact and simply cannot be wrong in any circumstances. She invariably accuses people of the bad things she herself has done. The same has been said to me by my private doctor, David Kipper. So this is from Johnny Depp. Wow. This poor guy. What does this say? Mr. Justice Nichols, client admits of history of anxiety, eating disorder, ADHD, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. Have I got the right sentence? That is right, yes. Were those observations correct or incorrect? The witness, they are incorrect. That's Amber saying they're incorrect. So now she can't even admit to any of the diagnoses that she has. Interesting. Oh, yeah, this is right here, and it sucks. Oh, God, it sucks that they couldn't play this in court. This right here, seriously, I think is part of some of the more damning evidence against her. And this is what I was saying before. Like, the jury doesn't get to see all this shit that we saw because they didn't see any of this. This whole entire thing was not in the trial because Amber, because they're not allowed to, I guess, share testimony or recordings of people who, like other people, basically. So because there's other people speaking in this that aren't Johnny and Amber, they're not allowed to share it in the courtroom for whatever reason. So this fucking right here, the fact that they're, first of all, giving her Seroquel says everything because that's like an antipsychotic medication. But this is, in case people don't know, I'm sure anybody that's been paying attention to the trial, knows this, but this is a conversation that takes place between his doctor and his nurse after she threw the vodka bottle at him and severed his finger in Australia.
Yeah. She only takes 25. Okay, 50.
From Sarah? Yeah. I'd be okay with 100, but here's 50.
He's like, I'd be okay. Now, you can tell right off the bat, the doctor does not like her, like does not fucking care for her, and that everybody in this room is completely onto her shit. And it's really obvious. Third person statement is hearsay. That's right. Okay. Which sucks though, because I guess it is hearsay, but like this is I don't know, this is live while it's happening. The people that are being recorded, I don't think were aware that they were being recorded. I forget who recorded this. Amy Dunn is, a long story short, a psychopath, cluster B, antisocial, sociopathic personality disorder, Munchausen syndrome. They spelled syndrome wrong. Narcissistic personality disorder, elements of borderline personality disorder. Speaking of girl and spelling things wrong, there's this fucking other asshole troll who I think comes from Laura somehow, or Tiffany, or one of them. Their name is Garden Girl. And again, I only see this person commenting on my page when I have something to say about Laura. Never see them in anybody else's chats. If you guys have, let me know, because I've never seen this person anywhere else. Their name is Garden Girl. They don't have a picture or anything. I think it's like a green G. I blocked them because I was like, you're just annoying. They come in my comments yesterday, and they really thought they hit the fucking jackpot here, this person. I wrote sayonara. I don't fucking... Dude, all I know is that sayonara is another language and it means goodbye. I have no fucking idea even what language it is, because, you know, I don't speak other languages. I speak English. That's it. So, like, they come under my comments yesterday, like, they hit the fucking jackpot. They're like, oh my God, you spelled sayonara wrong. Like, wow, you got me, dude. You got me. I don't even know if I spelled it wrong, but even if I did, like, that's not a word that I typically use that I wrote in my community post. Sayonara. Like, I don't fucking use that word. I don't even know why I used it. It just came into my brain at that moment. And I was too lazy to fucking Google it to see how to spell it. But I was like, people will get the point, right? But this person, like, really fucking thought. They're like, oh, you're always busting on everybody's grammar. And you spelled sayonara wrong. And I'm like, dude, sayonara is, like, not even English. Like, I don't even know what it is. I have no fucking idea. It popped into my head randomly when I was writing the post. But, like, really, dude? Really? I spelled sayonara wrong. Like, that's not even English. So does that really count? No, it doesn't, because it's not even an English word. Fucking idiot. Sorry. I don't know what just made me think about that, but let's carry on. Just goes to show how desperate Laura's fucking idiotic followers are to, like, point out a flaw in somebody else. You know, like, that's what you picked out of everything. That's what you found, really? Wow. Hold on. Golf claps for you, dude. You got me. I spelt sayonara wrong. Anyway, elements of borderline, Munchausen, narcissistic personality disorder, elements of borderline personality. I can't read, that's for sure. Both are manipulative with a lack of remorse, dishonesty, and striking charm that are also characteristics of a psychopath. And both, well, that's because they're all in the cluster B category. And both fit all 7 criteria for the antisocial condition: violation of the law, deceitfulness, impulsiveness, irritability and aggressiveness, lack of remorse, disregard for the safety of self and others, consistent irresponsibility. They all overlap these conditions: narcissistic personality disorder, histrionic, borderline personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, and psychopathy. They all basically overlap and share symptoms or characteristics or traits or whatever you want to call it. It is crazy how many psychopaths are on YouTube, the glare. It really is fucking scary. And I think the reason is because I thought that in my head too. I'm like, shit, man, I've never met so many narcissistic people in my life. The reason is because, think about this. It's like a petri dish for narcissists. It's like their playground, to come here, because it's a great place to come and get narcissistic supply, which is what the narcissist thrives on, and psychopaths. They thrive on people adoring them. They, following them, believing them. They adore, like they thrive on that shit. That is the fuel that the narcissist needs to fucking survive and get through life. And this is the perfect place to do it. You know, they could be leaders where probably in most places in their lives they can't be. I mean, some psychopaths can be, but you know, they could get a following, people adore them, praise them. It's everything that they need is here on YouTube. They could fool people, they can manipulate people, they could have their little fucking cults. It's like that's why there's so many here, because it's just it just gives them the perfect environment to give them the things that they need to be who they are. In addition, these behaviors are usually so ingrained that the person accepts them as completely normal and has no desire to change them. That's true. By now, I suppose you know Amber Heard confessed to abusing Johnny Depp because he would run away, was arrested for DV on her ex-partner in 2009. I did start a physical fight. You run away every single fight. Those are quotes taken from one of the recordings of her fighting with Johnny. And then a headline, obviously. Some other accusations are mental verbal abuse on her former assistant and stealing her rape story. I forgot that when I was talking about that before. She spit in the assistant's face. Lying about donating her divorce settlement to charity. Forgot about that. Threatening an employee. Amber Heard's former assistant alleges actor appropriated her story of being sexual violence survivor. Sick. By the way, I didn't know this. She added in the sexual abuse. She only added that in after their divorce, after she had gotten the restraining order. At the time when she wrote the op-ed, that's when she started making the claim. So that was her first claim of sexual abuse, was the op-ed. And then the story evolved as time went on about the abuse and exactly what kind of abuse it was, which was with a broken bottle. Yeah, we believe you, girl. Which she sought no medical care for, you know, because that wouldn't fucking hurt or scare the shit out of you, you know. Listen, I know that a lot of the times abuse survivors, you know, don't seek out medical help because, again, the shame and everything like that, especially in a situation like that. I know that happens. But a broken bottle, dude, I'm sorry. Any girl here who cares about their fucking vaginas would be like horrified of the thought of fucking broken glass going in there. And like, I would run, not walk. I would fucking run to the nearest emergency room had that happen to me. I don't give a fuck. I don't care how embarrassed I would be. I would have no choice because I would be terrified that there was glass shards in my, you know, woo-ha. The plan, stage your crime scene.
Stage your crime scene with just enough mistakes to raise the specter of doubt.
Oh, this is so funny.
You need
what is she doing?
to bleed.
Oh.
A lot.
She's
A lot.
Oh, she almost looks like Amber.
A head wound kind of bleed.
Holy
Crime
shit.
scene kind of bleed.
I've never seen Gone Girl, but I've seen this. Somebody else did a video very similar to this, and I saw this part. It's just crazy. Because, dude, like I told you guys at the beginning of this, I fucking watched my brother's wife try to make marks on her fucking arm right in front of me. You know, like, dude, I've never seen somebody do something like that. Like, she literally was fucking scratching her arm repeatedly, trying to cut herself so that she could go report and say that I did it to her. And she did it right in front of me. That's the sick fucking part about it. She did it right in front of my fucking eyes. I watched her do it. And I was just like, dude, I've never been so like shocked and amazed in my life. Like, I was just like, holy shit, this girl is scratching her own fucking arm to try to make it look like I did it. And like, she's doing it in front of me. And then she thinks she's going to go to the cop. And it was, I forgot this part when I was telling the story before, because this was the best. When we came out of the house at the end, the cop was there. She's like, she comes like marching out her little fucking short T-Rex arms and her fucking fat ass. Sorry, I can't stand this bitch. And she comes walking out. She's like, I'm going to go press charges. You assaulted me. So I said to her, and I think I did her fucking voice back to her. I was like, all right, you little fucking troll. I'm like, those are freckles. And I told her they were freckles. I'm like, those aren't fucking marks, those are freckles. But I was like, go ahead. The cop actually, so then I don't know, I left, and then my husband came, and she tells my husband, she's like, I'm gonna press charges against your wife for assault. And my husband's like, yeah, okay. And the cop's like, listen, lady, I see what you're trying to do. He's like, get back in your car and leave. Even the cops saw through her bullshit. It was pretty funny. I was like, go ahead, press charges, bitch. See what happens.
You need to clean.
Fucking
Poorly,
psycho.
like
She didn't succeed because her nails are so short. She probably bites them off, but her nails were so short, like she couldn't even scratch herself. Fucking idiot.
you would. Clean and bleed. Bleed and clean. And leave a little something
Yes,
behind.
Susan. If you go back to the beginning,
A fire and
if you go back to the beginning of this, I tell the whole story, but I've told it before in my series. But like, we had an altercation, and my brother and I were fighting. We were yelling at each other. And my brother had his fist up to me. And oh yeah, that was the other weird thing that she said. She's like, don't hit her. That's what she came here. This is where her brain goes. She tells my brother, don't hit her. That's what she came here for. And I'm like, what? Like, who even, like, why I came here to have my brother punch me? What the fuck? What? Like, and that shows me her thinking right there, because that motherfucker said that because that's something she would fucking do. You know, she would purposely start a fight to have somebody hit her so that she could do what she does, you know, press false charges or whatever, because she's a fucking psychopath. But like, she said that to my brother. But anyway, my brother and I are fighting. He has his fist up to me, and for whatever reason, she decides, you know, after like this is going on, we're yelling at each other for a whatever. I don't know how long it was, you know, but a couple of seconds, a minute, I don't know. She decides to launch her fucking little troll body in between us. And, you know, by doing so, my fucking cat like reflexes kicked in, and I had my keys in my hand, whatever, back of my arm. I go to like block her from like fucking landing on me because she's a little fucking chunky troll. You know, she might hurt me. And in doing so, I throw my arm out, and like I did make contact with her body, but like her arm or something. And I kind of pushed her away. Like that was like my reflex, to block you and also push you away so you don't fucking land on me. And as soon as I made contact with her body, which, mind you, I had a jacket on. She was outside in December in short sleeves with, I mean, like this fucking weird top with these frilly sleeves. It was sleeveless. It was like those cap sleeves, you know, like the frills, like a tank top with frilly fucking things on the shoulder. No sleeve, right? In December. So I had on a jacket, I had gloves on, and I hit her with like the back of my fucking hand, dude. Like, and it wasn't like a punch or anything. I didn't hit her with any force. I was simply blocking her from fucking landing on me. So she kind of went back a little bit when I pushed my arm. Like I broke the inertia up, I guess, of her fucking troll T-Rex body landing on me. And she fucking flew back a little bit. But as soon as I made contact with her arm, she was like, I'm pushing charges, and she starts freaking out. And then she proceeds to fucking start scratching her arm repeatedly. It was like psychotic. Like I just can't even explain it to you. Just over and over and over again. She's sitting there scratching her arm, and she's like, you left a mark on me. And she's like, fucking, I don't even know what she was saying, but she's like, and, you know, telling me that I pressed charges. And I'm like watching this happen. I'm watching this fucking psychotic bitch like fucking scratch herself to like make it look like I did it to her by fucking literally blocking her body from hitting me. I caused a scratch on her. I mean, like, she wasn't in the fight. It was me and my brother fighting. And she decided to launch herself in between us for some reason. Like, I would never get between two people fighting like that. But especially when I'm fucking 4 feet tall and the other people are way taller and bigger than me. The fuck out of here. But anyway, that's what these fucking psycho bitches do. They're crazy. She's absolutely crazy. And I watched it, and I was just standing there in total fucking shock because I've just never seen somebody do that before. I've never seen somebody without even thinking, you know what I'm saying? Almost as an instinct, do something like that. Like, I just can't, like, I don't know. I couldn't even think to do something like that in the moment that we were in, that we were heated. But then again, this is the same person that she fucking drove across my mom's lawn. She called the cops on me and then drove across my mom's lawn to leave before the cops got there, which was fucking weird. And I still don't understand why she did that. I still don't, to this day, understand why you would call the cops on somebody and then fucking leave. I don't know. She drove across my mom's front lawn and my neighbor's front lawn, and then came back when the cop got there a few minutes later and gets out of her car, fucking calm as could be. Like nothing happened. Like, we just had this huge, like, heated fucking exchange, and she literally jumped out of the car. Hi, officer. And me, I was like, like, I couldn't even fucking breathe. I was so, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was so, like, it was so intense what happened. And I can't breathe. I just watched this fucking psycho drive across my mom's fucking front lawn. My mom just passed away. Like, I'm, like, all fucked up. And she jumps out of the car. Hi, officer. Like, nothing. And I was just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, normal people just can't do that shit. You know, I couldn't control my emotions that day. Like, I was fucking out of my mind, you know, like, after this all happened. And she just comes out all calm as a cucumber. Hi. You know, like it was just like a regular day. Psycho bitch, dude. So I get it what this guy went through. I get it. I mean, I don't get all of it, but I get some of it. This is not how normal people act. And these people are capable of great evil towards
Quick
others.
question. What exactly did Johnny break in the hallway? Amber claims he smashed a second bottle of wine in the hall, and Raquel claims he was breaking things in the hallway. But here's a picture of the hallway while standing in the doorway of condo 3. You
There's
see what I
nothing
see?
there.
That's right. Nothing.
Well, he could have broke, to be fair, he could have broke one of the lighting fixtures, but
These hallways are empty, devoid of
or he could have been holding something, but we know that's not true.
anything to break. Sure, Amber says he went in the hall apparently with a wine bottle in hand and smashed it before going into condo 5.
Oh my God.
Then why?
Yo, speaking of the devil, my phone is ringing right now. and it doesn't, I don't know who it is. I have no idea who it is. But oddly enough, the phone number, you know how it tells you the town, you know, because if you don't have the number programmed in your phone, it's the town that the fucking she-devil lives in. It says. That's kind of weird.
Is this the
Imagine that bitch just call me bitch. Don't fucking call me.
only hallway picture
Nah,
among
stop talking about me. Stop it. Stop it. I've had enough. I'm going to sue you again.
Bitch threatened to sue me, like, I can't even tell you how many fucking times.
court submitted pictures? No broken glass, nothing but spilled wine. According to Amber and Raquel, Johnny used a magnum-sized bottle to smash
I don't think it's
everything
them.
he could.
I think I have her phone number. Not her phone number. Well, yeah, I think I have her cell phone if she still has the same one from like 5 years ago. But I have their house number. I think I have it programmed in my phone. I don't know. Maybe not.
I would even add that wine was going all over the walls, floors, and furniture.
Couch.
Yet the only pictures we have are a wine spill in the hall and on a hardwood floor with an overturned, unbroken bottle, a broken picture frame that they apparently took the time to hang back up at a perfect 90-degree angle before taking a picture of it. One, I'm questioning when exactly some of these could have been taken, and
Yeah.
two, where.
Dude, I felt bad. I felt bad that her sister like had to go along with these lies and shit. Like, she knows that this is bullshit. She knows it's bullshit. He didn't go to push her down the stairs. What stairs? By the way, what stairs? That was another question I wanted to ask. Are there stairs somewhere in these apartments or something? What stairs was Johnny supposedly going to push the sister down, and why? This cracks me up. Dude, I'm not even like joking with you. That is how she sounds. Like, I'm not exaggerating. That's her fucking voice. Like, it's that bad. When I first met her, I was like, because my brother, not to be mean, but like my brother, he was like being like overly picky because he dated, you know, with some girls before he met her. But there was a couple of girls, like, he was like, oh, I didn't like, and he would pick like some weird fucking attribute that they had, you know? And I was like, when I first started heard her talk and heard that she had that list, I was like, oh shit, dude, like, he's never going to be able to take this. Like, there's no way, you know? Because like he had broken up with girls for like weirder reasons. But I was like, that shit, I know my brother, he's not going to be able to handle that. Like, he's just not. I really didn't think he was, but he did. Because I was like, whoa, dude, that's a fucking list. Like, I know I have a little list, but that's a fucking severe one. And no offense to people with lists. I'm just saying, like, it's gross sounding because it sounds like she's fucking, you could hear like the spit between her fucking teeth. Ugh, it's fucking weird. Anyway, this is a long video and I talk too much.
You need a diary. Minimum 300 entries on the Nick and Amy story. Start with the fairy tale early days. Those are true, and they're crucial. You want Nick and Amy to be likable.
Oh, she definitely watched
After
this
that,
movie. There's no
You
question.
invent the spending, the abuse, the fear,
Who is that actress? She looks familiar, but I can't place
the
her
threat of violence.
her name.
And if I get everything right, the world will hate Nick for killing his beautiful pregnant wife.
A social
Oh,
media
shit.
campaign is calling on ticket buyers to boycott a Monday night concert by Depp's rock band, the Hollywood Vampires, in Stockholm.
All right, I don't know if we're gonna
Sweden's
play
The
this whole
Local is
video because
reporting.
it's 26
However,
minutes, and I gotta get off here soon. But I'm gonna put it in the chat so you guys can watch it. I think you got the point. She's definitely can't comparable. Well, it's 26 minutes. I can't. I'm gonna have to get off here before it ends. So I don't want to cut it. I might as well just cut it off. But I will put it in the chat. Or Nikki, if you have the link still, could you put it in the chat? Because I definitely think it's worth a watch. I saw a very, very similar video on this. Gone Girl was creepy as fuck. I'm infuriated she has done this to him and then proclaims she represents survivors. The hell she does. That's what's so it is. It's infuriating because those people, it's like you're making a mockery out of everything. The Me Too movement, you know, people who have really dealt with real, you know, abuse and have suffered at the hands of a man or woman or whatever. You know, you're making a fucking complete mockery out of it. It's disgusting, honestly. I gotta watch this movie, Gone Girl. When I was cleaning out my mom's house, because I'm a fucking asshole. I'll admit it. You know, I'm not. Listen, I'm an asshole. Once you fucking piss me off, like, not that like I'm gonna make you pay hell for the rest of your life, but like this was like a constant, you know, daily thing where this girl was doing everything she fucking could to piss me off, and she knew she had me by the balls at that point, you know, while we were doing my mom's estate, because there really wasn't much that I could do without like getting myself into legal trouble or whatever. So I had to walk a very fine line. And, you know, she was trying to piss me off so that she had a reason to go to the court and be like, look, you know, this woman's incapable of handling the estate. She's too, whatever, crazy, violent, whatever her fucking, you know, her cause would be, you know, to use against me. So I couldn't, you know, normal me would fucking just go off on your ass, you know, but I couldn't do that. I had to try really hard to like keep it somewhat professional. So I would do other things to like piss her off. So at one point in time, my brother told me that he, you know, thought she had borderline personality disorder. So I was cleaning out the house, my mom's house, and they would come and check up on like my progress, you know. So I left, I found the movie Girl Interrupted, you know, so I left that like for them, like on the kitchen table with like next to a picture of my brother and his like ex-fiance. Like I had to do like little stupid things like that to try to kind of get back at her. Cause it's like, she was doing everything she could to get me to fucking lose my shit, you know, so that she could turn around and like use it against me. So I had to get like kind of clever in my comebacks to her because I couldn't lose my shit. And so I would do stupid shit like that to be petty, you know, and kind of get back at her for fucking torturing me. So, and to be honest with you, I enjoyed it. You know, she deserved it, and I thoroughly enjoyed doing it. She has made it worse for domestic violence, because you know what it is? So many women are afraid to come forward. And this is like, I, told you guys about the whole situation in my family with the older male and the younger female, right? The way my family reacted to that whole situation and they blamed the victim, like that's why I think I had such an issue with it. It's because like it's hard enough for people to come forward with the fear of not being believed when they come forward with those kind of stories. But then when the people who are supposed to support you in a situation like that the most turn their backs on you and blame you for what happened to you, that's why victims don't come forward, because there's fucking ignorant people who refuse to educate themselves on how abuse works, and that sort of thing, that make excuses, blame the victim. And it's like, it's sad, because people should be able to come forward and share their stories. But you have assholes who, like this, who just fucking ruin it for everybody and make it much harder for victims to have a voice, because now they're going to be side-eyed, and it's really sad that she did this. It really is. But I'm glad at the same time that she's fucking being exposed. Like, I'm all for it. I'm all fucking for it. This guy deserves his vindication. And I back that up 100%. I won't be crushed if he loses. I still feel satisfied that he won in a way bigger way than he could in the court case. I feel like he already won, in the court of public opinion. The jury's really just finding, you gotta remember, the jury isn't finding whether Johnny was abusive to Amber. That's not what they're deciding. What they're deciding is whether this op-ed that she wrote was defamatory and done with malicious intent towards him. That's all that they're deciding on. So the outcome on, and of course there's a monetary value attached to that, but that's really what the case is about. I think the real case that he wanted to prove was that he wasn't the abuser, and I think he did that. And then, so in that sense, I think he won, already. And yeah, it would be very nice to see, that he won all around, but I won't, I won't be like totally brokenhearted if the jury comes back, because you got to remember what they're exactly deciding on. It's really about this fucking article that she wrote. So hopefully helped you see the brighter side of that. She admitted twice during the trial that she wrote it. She did, but there was a question yesterday that they had, and it pertained to that. And I don't really fully understand this. There's this attorney, her name's Harvard Lawyer Lee, and she has a channel, and she kind of broke down the question that the jury had yesterday about, the op-ed, and they were asking, and I really didn't fully understand it, but they were asking basically if they had to focus on the article itself or the headline, like what exactly is in question, because she claims she didn't write the headline, that the whatever it was, what was Washington Post, that they made the headline up, or whoever, edited the thing or posted it, whatever. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't fully understand the jury instructions, to be quite honest with you, because like I don't see what the difference is between the headline and the rest of the op-ed. A lot of the times they'll take the quote from the body of the, article and make that the headline. So I don't know if they're deciding, like, to me, I'm wondering, are they deciding this based on the headline? Like, I'm confused. So that's why I'm saying I'm happy that I'm not a juror in this case, because to follow the juror instructions, I would just be like, dude, somebody vote for me. Like, I can't fucking be bothered with this. You know what I'm saying? There's too many, like, what do you call that? Like, there's too many variables. There's too many, I don't know. I don't know what the word is. Does Amber have the paintings? Which ones? The ones that they painted in blood? Oh shit. Yeah, so I don't know. It would be very hard decision to make if you were a juror. Hold on, I'm switching over to my phone because I need to go get myself a cup of coffee because I don't have any here. Okay. Hold on. What's going on? Oh, that sound is just absolutely terrible. Okay. Damn. I need coffee. Yeah, so I don't know. Disregard for the truth, and he was defamed by it, and what amount is AH financially responsible. Those are the facts the jury will decide. Wait, hold on. Disregard for the truth, and he was yeah, but there was something that was like, I don't know, you have to watch a video about this because I can't even fully explain it because I don't understand it fully. But the jury was basically asking, do they focus on the headline or the article itself? And I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense. They do have a questionnaire that they have to fill out with questions like such as does this defame him, and things like that, but I'm not really too sure. My cat jumped at that sound. I know that sound is like absolutely horrific. I hate it. I'm sorry. It's a pretty terrible sound. I don't know why it does that. Johnny owned a $60 million Basquiat paintings. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. That he had to sell. So I want him to be able to buy back. Oh, no, get out of here. That sucks, dude. I don't know that artist specifically, but that any art, that you have that's valuable, that really sucks. And dude, this poor guy, man, he was taken for a ride by his management, in the years while he was with Amber. Then his mom passed away, which I know he had a, tumultuous type of relationship with his mother, but like, nevertheless, it hurts when you lose a parent. I didn't have the best relationship with my dad always, but when he passed away, it's horrible. He's the man who helped make me who I am today, good or bad. You know what I'm saying? So it's horrible. And, I don't know. It's just terrible. He's just gone through so much, then he has to go through this horrible relationship, and then like he ends the relationship and he still can't get away from she's just gonna fucking torture him for the rest of his life. It's like my brother's wife. As far as I know, and I don't know now, but like when my brother met her, she had been divorced for about 10 years. That guy never even dated another woman since he got divorced from her. And I'm like, wow, that speaks volumes to me, because especially for a man, because I feel like men, move on a lot quicker when the relationships end, because they need that physical, they need that physical feeling to fulfill themselves. He didn't even so much as date. That tells me that he was very, very damaged by somebody. My brother's wife. You know what I'm saying? For like 10 years. Like, didn't even have one date with one woman. Like, that's not normal. Not normal. So, and he never remarried or anything, as far as I know. So, she destroys people. Somebody like that will fucking destroy you, and you probably wouldn't want to fucking trust. It would be very hard to trust somebody again and date again. As far as I know, has Johnny Depp been in any other relationship since he broke up with her? Is he back with his ex? Like, what is his dating situation? Or is he just like single Johnny? He probably doesn't even want to fucking date anybody. It's got to be hard dating just as an actor anyway, because their lives are just so fucking crazy. I know people are probably like, oh yeah, poor actors, poor rich actors. But like, no, and the reality is, how could you ever, that's got to be one of the downfalls of being rich and successful and shit, is that like, and famous, do you really know if people are genuinely dating you or in a relationship with you because they love you or because of who you are? You know what I'm saying? Are you, it must feel like you're not capable of finding real true love, because so many people want to be with you just because of who you are, and they're not so much as, oh shit, this woman is following around the mill lady. I just seen them down the next block. Oh my gosh, shit. She must be like review time or some shit. I should tell her. My mail girl's the best. She's bomb. I love her. Anyway, what do you call it? You know? So I don't know. I don't know if you could find true love. I mean, he clearly was taken for a ride. I don't think Amber ever genuinely cared for him. I think that her, you know, dating him was to catapult her career, you know, to the next level and get more famous. You're dating one of the most famous actors in all of Hollywood. I mean, he's you know, he's an A-list celebrity. He's big. He's huge. So, yeah. You know, he's well respected in Hollywood, and he's got a great career, you know, long lasting career, which a lot of actors don't have. You know, look through the years of actors that were like really big, you know, for a period of time, and then it's like remember Freddie Prinze Jr.? Not that he was a great actor, but I'm just saying, like, he was all over like teen magazines and all this, and everybody loved him. Where the fuck did he go? Where'd he go? You know, he's not in fucking anything anymore. I don't see him anymore. So, I don't know, maybe he's in like some TV show or something, but like, it's very, very rare that an actor can hold a career like that for such a long amount of time, you know, and still be in very, very successful movies. I mean, of course, they got, you know, their bombs here and there that they're in, but like, he's been in so many iconic movies. I mean, I'm still mad at him for destroying Willy Wonka. I fucking hated that movie with like, I absolutely fucking hated that Willy Wonka with a passion. Like, I fucking hated it. I was so excited when it was coming out. I couldn't wait because Willy Wonka is like my favorite movie, like ever. That is my absolute favorite movie. So I had a big bar that you're going up against Gene Wilder, who was fucking amazing as Willy Wonka, you know, and that's a high bar, you know. So what are you gonna do with this role? He just fucking destroyed it. It was weird. And to be honest with you, Roald Dahl, who wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, that version that was made by Tim Burton was more accurate to his vision than the original. He hated the original Willy Wonka, absolutely hated it, hated Gene Wilder's portrayal, which is weird because it was a very successful movie, you know, that is, I mean, has a cult following and that really has stood the test of time. It's a classic. And so many of us grew up, you know, as kids loving that movie. I mean, that was definitely like my favorite childhood movie. Absolutely 100%. Besides like the Goonies and shit, you know, but like I could literally watch Willy Wonka 1,000 times and love it. And then when I seen the Johnny Depp, I was just like, what the fuck is this? Like, it was abysmal. It was just horrible. Everything about that movie was fucking terrible. They did it no justice. Now, had I not seen the original, you know, so many times and loved it so much, maybe I would have liked it. But it was just weird. His personality was weird. It was, I don't know. I'm not saying he did a good acting job in the movie. I just didn't like the character. I just didn't like anything about it. I felt like Gene Wilder played a better Willy Wonka. He was snide, you know, he was kind of arrogant. He was uncaring, you know. He just had a better personality for the role, I feel like. If you haven't seen The Professor, I highly recommend. I wouldn't say Johnny ruined it, but it was overall not executed well. I think Willy Wonka is creepy as hell. Yeah, well, that one was. He was just, it was stupid. It just sucked. I didn't like it. I don't know. It just wasn't for me. I do, you know, I loved Edward Scissorhands, though. You know, I've never seen Pirates of the Caribbean, except for maybe like part of the first one. And I'm trying to think of other movies he's been in that I like. He's been in many movies. I don't watch those comic book movies, so I don't know shit about those, but, you know. But I'm sure he was good in them. He's good in pretty much anything except Willy Wonka. Oh, Gilbert Grape, he was in that movie, right? That's another great actor, Leonardo DiCaprio. He's amazing. say hi to me? I don't think they would talk to me. I love Johnny and Sweeney Todd. I never saw that. We had a huge cardboard cutoff of Edward Scissorhands in the kids' bathroom when they were little. Finally said, "Oh my God, you threw it away." I would have bought it off of you, Sarah. That movie was great. I loved his role in that. I'll never forget when I went to, in Manhattan, in the Village, they have a Halloween parade every year, and like, it's some of the best costumes you'll ever see in your life, for Halloween. And we went down there one year, and there was this one girl who, dude, she did the whole Edward Scissorhands costume. I wish I had a picture of it. She did it so fucking, like, dude, this shit was on point. Like, it looked like she had the real costume. She had the scissors, her, like, real scissors, and she even did the, like, little shuffle walk that he did. I mean, everything about her whole, like, costume, she played the character. Oh my God, it was so perfect. It was so awesome. And I was like, I have to do that one day for fucking Halloween. I have to make an Edward Scissorhands costume. Maybe this year. Maybe that'll be my challenge this year. I'll make myself an Edward Scissorhands. I know it's 5 minutes. All right. Hold on. I'm going to get my coffee and then I'm going to end this. But I don't want to end it in 7-Eleven. That's weird. Hold on. I got to get off here anyway because my son's going to be home in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. MGO runs like Edward Scissorhands. Runs like Edward Scissorhands, looks like Shrek. 30 years ago. Wow, that's how long that movie came out? That's a long time. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. All right, hold on. All right, I don't mean to be mean or ugly, but this guy that works at the 7-Eleven thought he was gone. He's the owner's son. He freaks me the fuck out, dude. Like, when you look at people and you're like, yeah, that kid, I hate to say this, but you're like, that motherfucker looks like a kid who would do something horrible, like things that have happened in very recent times in Texas. Like, you just know those people that you're like, there's something fucking wrong with that person. Well, he's that person. I don't know if you guys just heard him, but he's like 270. Like, he does not, I can't explain it. He lives around the corner from me and he creeps me the fuck out. He just always has this blank look on his face. There's no fucking personality behind it. Somebody had posted a video of him on Ring app, like a couple of years ago when he was in high school, like going door to door. This fucking asshole just almost backed into me. Hi. Do you look where you're going? No. Why would you? So anyway, all right, asshole, go. So yeah, they were fucking. He was like ringing doorbells, offering to mow people's lawn for like $1, like some weird shit. And he's just so fucking, I don't know. There's just something about him that creeps me out. He walks around the neighborhood dressed in like full fucking goth attire, which doesn't necessarily scare me because I know plenty of people who dress like that but have wonderful personalities. This kid fucking just scares me, dude. I can't explain it. If you've seen him and he has this fucking blank look on his face, his eyes are like black. Like, I don't know. I just get this really creepy vibe off of him. All right, guys, I'm going to end this. Let's go watch the verdict. And I will see you guys around, probably not this week, but next week. So I hope everybody has a good weekend. And let's go, Johnny. Woo! All right, I'm out.